Good afternoon. We'd like to call our Isle of Wight County Board of Supervisors meeting to order.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, as you know, Mr. Rosie is requested to attend this meeting virtually. That's allowed by your bylaws and state code. Mr. Rosie, you are absent from the meeting because you have personal matters you're attending to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And where are you participating from this meeting? Where are you located?
Well, it will be Spring Creek, Pennsylvania.
All right. Mr. Chairman, that's inappropriate, but we'll need a motion to allow this to occur.
So moved.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rosie, you're part of the meeting now.
All right, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate Mr. Jefferson sitting in as Vice Chairman for me tonight. Will be attending pretty much most of the time, except a few problems with air, but I will be in full attendance.
All right, Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Section 2.23711A of the Code of Virginia, a motion to move to closed session for the limited purpose of a discussion regarding the appointment of specific appointees to county boards, committees, or authorities is set forth in the agenda pursuant to subsection 1, and consultation with legal counsel regarding actual or probable litigation regarding zoning and building code violations and condemnation and eminent domain issues where such consultation in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiation or litigation posture of this public body pursuant to subsection 7.
Motion.
So moved.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Mr. Rosie?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Jefferson?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. All
All
right.
right. All right, Mr. Rosie, I'm going to hang this phone up. We'll call you from the closed session.
Thank you, sir.
We will reconvene at 6 p.m. We'd like to reconvene our meeting.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Section 2.23712 of the Code of Virginia, a motion certifying to the best of each member's knowledge only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as identified in the motion to move to closed session were heard, discussed, or considered.
So moved.
Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. Stefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. All right, good afternoon. We'd like to welcome you to our White County Board of Supervisors meeting. And at this particular time, we'd like to have the invocation. And tonight, we'll be honored to have our own, very own Commissioner of Revenue come up, Mr. Gerald Gordon, to provide the invocation and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us. And as we go into the evening hours, we ask that you be with our law enforcement, our emergency management and services personnel, protect them as they serve us. We ask that you be with our educators and teachers as they train the leaders of tomorrow today. Be with them as they teach. And for the citizens who have come here tonight to express their views, we ask that you be with them, give them the words to relay their concerns to this board. And finally, we ask for each of the board members that you be with them tonight. They have tough decisions to make, and these jobs are not easy. We ask that you speak to their hearts and help them as they make the right decision that would make this county a much better place to live. These things we pray in your name. Amen. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we'll move into, we have citizen comments, and prior to getting citizens come up, I have a few things I need to read. This time is for the purpose of allowing members of the public to present any matter which, in their opinion, deserves the attention of the board. We ask that you clearly state your name and address and/or election district, and that you address the board and not staff or the audience. We ask that you limit your comments to 4 minutes. A timer with a lighting system shall be used for keeping track of the speaker's time. Speakers will receive a yellow light warning 1 minute prior to expiration of their presentation time. Speakers will receive a red light at the expiration of their time and be asked to end their comments. If a speaker represents a group of 10 or more individuals that are in attendance, the speaker is allowed 6 minutes, and the group he represents forfeit their right to speak on the same topic. Speakers may not donate their unused time to another speaker. Comments on undecided public hearings are not appropriate for citizen comments. Public comments shall not be used to make political speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. We value your comments and welcome your input. We as a board will seek to address your concerns in as an efficient and timely manner as possible. Okay, and Mr. Tucker.
I got you. Oh. Hello, all of White County. My name is David Tucker, District 3. I hope. If and when given the choice, please ban energy storage systems. That's BESS. Comparing Isle of Wight to Isle of Wight neighbors in the Virginia from 2021 to 2025 plans, Isle of Wight projections are declining in BES and BES solar combines. Unless a supervisor is negotiating with BESS developer off prime farmland, the only remaining BESS is ineligible solar storage. It is solar. Feasibility study status is withdrawn without comment. Since then, PJM I brought to their point, and they're trying to address that issue. All right. Around 2005, the U.S. Congress mandated all utilities entering a balancing authority, such as PJM. Since then, reliability has increased with only the threat from renewables. Nighttime generation costs have decreased to a point that the efficiencies in BESS are more costly to the ratepayers. You're going to pay that difference. At this time, Isle of Wight is in a prime position to ban BESS. So clean up the existing solar ordinance to ban BESS. Any other type of ordinance will be BES developer bait, loophole, where BES developer sees localities limited enforcement capabilities. Roadblocks in the past, roadblocks to successful ordinance changes pertaining to energy. Staff not expected to hold any exercise energy expertise. Planning Commission let out of bounds of energy knowledge into a subordinate legislation. Commissions and task force control narrative, and Board of Supervisors misinformed. This is David Tucker's views and experience. Isle of Wight staff. I've learned Isle of Wight staff cannot handle energy topic beyond permitting. Validation 2021, not interested in actions. 2021 letter to me, the details is kick the can to the state and feds excuse. And the state ain't doing too well. Planning Commission, solar, section 5-5003 MG1, questionable Vitre's varies, and that's a big word for me, folks. Is that county's business? Is it covered by FERC or PJM already? I do think so. Other practices, not a state first, and pending practices are questionable right now. Commissions or task forces. Another commission or task force would do what? Reference the Stormwater Committee Energy Task Force. Defects included separate and selected FOIA communication standards enforcement. Agenda mapped out prior to first meeting. And who set that up? Window dressing and gaslighting, political posturing, perceived administration, stonewalling, reach. Reference to staffer. Board of Supervisors in September 2023, the board heard a very good energy task force progress report. And then on the October meeting, you appeared to be confused and rightfully questioned the need for the group. What happened? Was the board misinformed differently by someone speaking differently on behalf of the task force? In the meantime, why would one offer more technical expertise, technical experience, and time with no path to success venture? The good, this county has many good staffers and volunteers of various committees. I'm trying to talk smack about this county. Closing, I'm no different from you, and I freely give up all my time on this. I help others at county and state level at no personal gain for employment, social, or political status. I wish I could run across one of you folks expanding your energy knowledge at the sewer. That's how they say it. That's how those senators say it. I expect to appear for public comments, and on the 27th, State Corporation Commission public witness appearance under oath. I ain't gonna yield no time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. We have Mr. Greg Brown.
I do not have a PowerPoint. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak here tonight. I am here tonight to ask the county to do more and more quickly to make it possible for pedestrians and bicyclists to get around Isle of Wight County. So to start with, I looked up what it says in the comprehensive plan, which is an interconnected bike and pedestrian network of sidewalks, multi-use paths, bike lanes, and other facilities is a critical component of the transportation network. There are many segments of the population who do not have access to a personal vehicle. Being able to safely walk and bike for local trips greatly enhances their everyday life and ability to function in the community. And then it goes on to specifically say young citizens that can't drive and elderly people that may not be able to drive or may not be comfortable driving. Additionally, these facilities provide an important opportunity for recreation and enhanced public health. And then it references you to the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. And a short snippet from there, more greenways and increased levels of walking and bicycling will help maintain the historic pedestrian-oriented character of the county's small towns and villages and preserve rural landscapes, which we hear about preserving the way things are now in like every meeting. So from reviewing the comprehensive plan and the master plan, there are a lot of great recommendations in the plan, especially the bike and ped plan. It covers improving pedestrian crossings at existing intersections, extending pedestrian and bicycle facilities into new areas, and promoting kids biking and walking to school. So my question is, when are we going to start implementing some of these great ideas? This plan was last updated, the Bike and Ped Plan, in 2009. And we've done a couple of the projects, but I'm going to say most of the projects identified in the plan don't appear to have started the planning phases. And I'm just going off information I could find publicly. And then looking at VDOT's information for county projects with state and federal money, I don't see a single bicycle or pedestrian plan in the next 8 years. I was very disappointed to hear recently when asked why four-way pedestrian crossings are not included in the plans for the upcoming Route 10 bypass and Main Street intersection project. The response was basically that, well, then traffic might have to wait for pedestrians to cross. I'm sure nobody meant to imply that because I choose to walk or I have to walk, that my time and my life are less valuable than a driver, but it kind of came across that way. I feel like this is also a good time to point out the leading cause of death in the United States is heart disease, which kills over 700,000 people annually, and that 1 in 5 children in America are obese. Both of those are from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. So we need to be making it easier and safer for people to walk and bike, not harder. And we should be encouraging our school children to walk and bike to school and providing them a means to do it safely. So to help everybody get started, I've identified several locations where it should be fairly easy and inexpensive to add safe access for pedestrians and bicyclists. One, there should be a crossing at Main Street to get to Westside Elementary School. We have crossings for the packing plant and Smithfield Station, but we don't have one for any elementary school in our county that I could see. We should have crossings of all 4 legs at the Main Street and Route 10 bypass. We should have pedestrian signals at South Church Street and Main Street. It's already signalized. We just need to add pedestrian signals. We should add a crossing and a short piece of sidewalk to connect the east end of the Cypress Creek Bridge to the Red Point neighborhood and Red Point Tap House. We should add pedestrian signals at South Church Street and Battery Park Road, a crossing at Battery Park Road and at Kendall Haven to get to the Park to Park Trail, crossing to get to Windsor High across Church Street, crossings of Old Stage Highway at Hardy Elementary, and then traffic calming measures on John Rolfe Drive. So we could maybe use that as an interim park-to-park connection. I've started a petition. I've already got 100 signatures. I'll be providing that to you all by email. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Brown, would you state your name and address?
Sorry. Greg Brown, Smithfield, 384 Pagan Road. I always forget what district that is. Is it 1, 2, 1? Okay, there we go.
Anyone else that did not sign up that's want to speak on citizen comment? All right, hearing none, we'll move on. Mr. Keaton?
Sir, can I just address one comment on Jones? So we do have actually a project under construction right now. We're expanding the sidewalk along for the Main Street, the Smithfield sidewalk project we have. They're actively doing the construction there at, they finished the section there between the 7-Eleven and
Quail Street.
Quail Street, yes. And then they're working on the rest of the project now. So that is one project that's under construction right now.
Okay, good.
Next item on the consent agenda, we have 2 items. We have a budget amendment for a drive tourism grant. This is additional state funds we've received, and this is to just amend the budget and appropriate those funds. And then we had this item on the agenda previously, the funeral leave policy. Our current policy did not very clearly define what was acceptable as far as immediate family. So we have expanded that version to include, of course, parents, and that's all the different forms of parents, whether natural, adoptive, foster, or step, for spouses, guardians, children, whether they're natural, adoptive, foster, or step, siblings, in-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents. So before it wasn't clear, and we were getting questions about what did that mean. So there were no other changes in the policy, and then there's also one sentence that the county reserves the right to request, verification that an employee needs bereavement.
So, can we discuss this a little bit?
Go ahead.
The intent of funeral leave is to allow people to attend the funeral of a loved one, generally. It's not just a period of time that you can take any time because you had someone die within the last year or so, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, a couple of things that I would just suggest, and I don't know that maybe needs to be pulled out to discuss, But what I would like to see is that we talk about the time frame. I think the intent is so that you can attend a funeral. The other provision would be, and maybe just have it in there as an example, for example, you have a loved one that's served in the military, you have a memorial service, or you're dealing with the death itself, that, and I would suggest also that it be 3 shifts. If they're 8-hour shifts or 24-hour shifts, it'd be 3 shifts. So if you have a death that day and you just have to deal with the grieving part and you don't have to go to work that day. It looks like you would go through your director and get it approved. But for example, if you were then individuals going to be buried like in Arlington at another date, that we don't just leave it open-ended, that because you have 3 shifts, that you may have a day that you would take responsibly and take care of your grieving, take care of your family. If you know it's going to be something like a funeral up in DC or somewhere, that you could use your other 2 days to accommodate travel and to actually attend that. That would be my suggestion. I know it seems, maybe it's considered a little more liberal, but I think it should paint the picture that it's not just you have a death, so we're going to compensate you with the time off. It's really to allow for the grieving and to help with family and all. But I would suggest, I know that it shows 24 hours because 3 8-hour days for your typical a regular 40-hour work week employee, but a 56-hour work employee, I would encourage it be 3 shifts also.
Well, later in the policy, it does talk about people who are on the 7K work period exemption. Theirs is 36 hours.
Right, but that doesn't give them but a day and a half they have to come back to work.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
It doesn't allow for any kind of travel or
Right,
anything
about
if it's
that.
in the middle of their cycle.
Well, there is one caveat in here that says that can be extended unusual circumstances by the county administrator.
No doubt,
There's a-
but I think
there's
it's nice to have it clarified on the
Sure.
front side so everybody's not thinking people are getting something that somebody else maybe
Right.
not. But that
Well,
would
we can
just be a
certainly-
suggestion.
If the board would like to approve the policy about the immediate family, and then, because this other language has been in the policy previously, we can go back and look at that, and
That's
tweak
fair
that, and
enough.
bring that
I
as.
think that'd be the
back.
responsible thing to do.
Okay. We can do that.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on that.
Okay,
That's all I
that's
have.
it. Okay, board members, need a motion for the approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. We'll move on to our regional and intergovernmental reports. Any today? Nobody?
Randy and I will speak on a little bit. Today was a relatively long day. Some different, just kind of little tidbits from the different meetings. One was the presentation they did on railroad safety. And unfortunately, or at least now we're getting some light shine on the safety issue. We had one that made the top 10 list, correct, Randy?
I think top 20 in the region, yeah.
Top 20 in the region, and that was the one in Windsor. And the other ones were very similar, where they were seemingly the railroad track was parallel with a major roadway, which had its own set of challenges. Today in the meeting, of course, we talked about the study on water. Water planning for the entire region. And I think it was important because it kind of spelled out what the intent was. It wasn't to impose rules or anything like that on anybody. It was really more of an assessment, I think you would say, on what our needs are for the region and where does it come from. And it is interesting living in our county when you look and we see that we have the reservoirs that we have in our county that we don't even own, that cities in the Edmonds area own, and we can't even use that water. And then, it keeps getting brought up, maybe I'll bring it up later in the budget part, but it's amazing how these commissions and required organizations that are required by our state, that the state doesn't properly fund them. And at the end of the day, localities like ourselves are left to make up the difference. It just seems like that's a reoccurring anthem with our state, and particularly state, federal also, but more state in this case. They have these things that we have to do and we have to pay for, and we're having to do it on the backs of our citizens at a local level. So that's all I have.
Okay, good. Thank you, George. Mr. Akery, Robert. Okay, we'll move on to appointments. Ms. Roundtree.
I have several. I'd like from District 1 to reappoint Brenda Reynolds, the Commission on Aging.
Okay, any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree,
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano,
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
Mr. Rosie,
Yes.
thank you, and, Mr. Jefferson.
Yes.
I also have, for the Board of Zoning Appeals, a reappointment of Lawrence Yocum.
Okay, any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree,
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano,
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
Chairman Rosie,
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson.
Yes.
And also, for an at-large position for the Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to appoint Christy Supton.
Okay, any in readiness? Hearing none. Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree,
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano,
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
Chairman Rosie,
Yes.
and Mr. Jefferson.
Yes. Mr. DeStefano?
I have 3 appointments I'd like to make. District 2, the Commission on Aging, I'd like to reappoint Thomas Fenderson.
Any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree,
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano,
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
Chairman Rosie,
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson.
Yes.
All right, within District 2, I'd like to appoint a planning commission to relieve me in my current position as planning commissioner, Mr. Brian Shotwell.
Any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree,
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano,
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
Chairman Rosie,
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson.
Yes.
And the last appointment, the at-large position for the Community Transportation Advisory Committee, I'd like to appoint Thomas Fenderson.
Any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree,
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano,
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
Chairman Rosie,
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson.
Yes. Ms. Acree?
So according to our list, and there might be some discrepancy on this, but I have a planning commissioner, according to this list, that's up for appointment rather, for consideration of reappointment. And he was under the impression he had until 2027, but I guess there's no harm in reappointing this evening.
If he's,
Mr. Rawls.
and if-
You're saying the date is wrong.
That's what he indicated, he thought had already been reappointed, which makes sense, because he would have been less than a year after I would have been. So I'm gonna hold off on that appointment, because he can continue to serve. Otherwise, we'll just do that, we'll just confirm that.
Okay.
Is that good? Thank you.
All right. No other appointing?
Yes.
Mr. Rosie.
Don?
Yeah. George Wallace.
Did you say Don?
Yes.
For the Social Services Board, I want to appoint Philip Bradshaw.
Okay. Any in readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree,
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano,
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree.
Yes.
Chairman Rosie,
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson.
Yes. Okay. That's it. All right, we'll move on. Special presentation. A, Safe Streets for All.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jamie Oliver, Transportation Administrator. This evening, I'm here with Larry Marcus from Wallace Montgomery, and we're presenting the Safe Streets for All Action Plan. You've heard about this from us under a couple different iterations over the last year as we've put together this grant application and then received this grant from USDOT and Federal Highways. Previously, you've heard it under the name Vision Zero, also multimodal or county mobility plan. The county was awarded a federal grant and it's under the name Safe Streets for All. We have a county staff leadership team working with Wallace Montgomery to develop the plan. And what this encompasses is the idea of multimodal mobility across user groups. And it's also county-wide. We'll dive into what that looks like, but it's gonna cover the entire county. And it's going to move forward from all of the projects that we've completed over the last 10 years into moving forward across the comprehensive plan vision that we've already developed through the planning department. So we're looking at the plan being completed in the spring of 2026 And through a couple of emails and our website and some of the events that we've been at over the last couple of weeks, you've probably seen some information trickling through on social media and Springfest and a couple of other things that we're going to be updating you on tonight.
Good evening. Thanks, Jamie. Again, Larry Marcus with Wallace Montgomery. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you on this important issue. Let's see. Yeah, so a minute or two on what Safe Streets for All is. As Jamie said, it's a United States Department of Transportation initiative. So it pivots from their safe system approach, and this is the grant Safe Streets for All. And here's a quick diagram with a lot of information in it, and I'll be brief. Just shows the interdependencies of safety for people and outside the scope of something like this, but vehicle design, safety of vehicles, certainly monitoring speed, the streets themselves being safe, the healthcare involved, but you could see the complexity and the importance that USDOT has taken with this. They have Safe Streets, Safe System principles that it just won't go through in great detail, but just to give you an overview of the way they look at it is from traditional, the way things have been done for decades, and this approach, which, as Jamie said, is quite consistent with Vision Zero programs that you may have seen up to this point. It's really an embrace of federal government in this. So quickly, starting in the top left, the severe injuries and fatalities are unacceptable, that Vision Zero approach. And really from what they're looking at is saying, hey, crashes occur, we want to minimize crashes, but in this case, we really want to focus on where the severe injuries and fatalities are. Take all of them seriously, but in this instance, let's have an analysis process for that. And then the second, middle in the top, it gets to the way transportation systems are designed, and their approach now is not saying, hey, behavior needs to change because we're having these crashes, but humans make mistakes. That needs to be accounted for in design, and I would say also in operations of the transportation system. The top right, the humans are vulnerable, really gets to the market that they're looking at. Certainly humans, whether you're in a vehicle or not, but a focus on those vulnerable travelers and those that, as referenced earlier, are walking, biking, waiting for transit, et cetera. Just they're very vulnerable, and how to be sensitive to that in the process. Quickly going through the rest from hey, this is you need to design things better, to we're all in on this, and I'll show you a graphic later on that this is a shared responsibility across county and stakeholders of approaching this from different methods, different ways. Taking a proactive approach from let's wait for a crash to occur, analyze it and see why, to understanding where high-risk locations are, identifying those, and proactively addressing them. And then finally is back to the planning side of things, in my opinion, the creating a redundancy in your transportation system. So so folks aren't funneled through on a specific mode, relying on that particular facility, which I know is a challenge here, right, with the street system, but to create that redundancy wherever possible for choices, but also for safety and movement. So that's a quick overview of the principles. So we've taken that and listened to your county staff and advice on how do we take this and optimize it for your use. And here's kind of the top of overview of what that process is. What we do, we want to connect to your comprehensive planning process. So you have many important chapters, many important aspects of comprehensive planning, this within transportation and the safety aspect of it. How can this help you implement those safety goals, right? From a planning standpoint. From that, really focusing in on severe injuries and fatalities and assigning guiding principles to that which connects with the way that you do business. Then, of course, applying this SS4, that's the Safe Streets for All approach. And along the way, building tools that as Jamie will elaborate on later, that we build now that you could use, but you could use past this study. And that's something we communicate often, that we don't want it to be something that we have built, and if you need us, come back, but that it has a legacy of use and will improve over time. The piece we're going to jump into next that I think is really hugely important in this, and that's, I wouldn't even say engage the residents, I'd say listen to the residents and identify the safety concerns. And that's a big positive shift, in my opinion, of from crashes have occurred, now how do we adjust to that, to where are these high-risk locations, you tell us. And I'll show you how we're approaching that and why we wanted to talk to you now as we're kicking that process off. And then from there, we take all the above and start to create that action plan for you. And once that plan is in place, we finalize that by going back to your small area plans in collaboration with staff in what pieces are relevant and can convey to your other planning documents. All right. So this is a slide simply shows what public events we have just had, but are coming up, so you're not surprised and can participate. But this is a different approach. I would say, generally speaking, that if you're in a Virginia Department of Transportation meeting, you're saying, hey, we have these public hearings or public meetings, please come to us. And that's important and, of course, necessary. This approach is a little different. It's where are people going to be based on what you do normally, and let's go out to them. Let's go out to your Spring Fest. Let's go out to your farmers markets, set up booths, as you can see pictures or maybe even seen in person, and create a forum for listening for them. And I'll show you an example of that or two in a moment. But we do have a catch-all community meeting, and our approach right now to that is certainly in collaboration because we want it as a placeholder, but it's to say, okay, we've received feedback and we've mapped it, but where haven't we gotten a lot of feedback, and maybe we should have the community meeting over in that area because for some reason, based on farmers market locations, et cetera, that we're not drawing fair representation. So that's why we've left that as more of a catch-all. We will host it, but we're hosted in an area where we feel like we're not getting enough input. Did I state that correctly, Jim? All right. Yeah, so here's just a zoom in on the booth we recently had, and I just want to show you the how it's set up. I think we understand the why, but the map in the center of the bigger photo is a map that we have online, but we don't rely on people to have internet access, but also for them to say, here's where I'm worried. This is a location where it's too dark, I can't cross the street, or I'm driving and intersection concerns. Folks are speeding, potholes, you fill in the blank. And that they fill out the forms on the far right. We listen, that's the middle picture, right? But what's really important to me doing these things is we listen to them, but also say, it's great you told me, and let's talk it through, but write it down. Because it's gonna show up on that map, and it's gonna be part of our process. And that's where we wanna listen, but also document it. And in some cases, help them think through how to document so it will really get to what the problem is for us to look for solutions. Yeah, so again, that's online as well. And I won't go through every one of these. The public engagement plan is much broader than pop-up events. It's an online, it's a website, Safe Streets for All website. You can see the list. There's that there are many components and great examples for you to look at, and when the time is right, give us feedback on that. In fact, if you have ideas, get on the website, get on that survey, take the survey, and mark up the map for us. And certainly open to it here and in future meetings, but just want to make sure you're aware of all that. Yeah, so what we're doing in parallel to that schedule I showed you is the technical side. And The map that's purposely small on the right because it's still under development is what we call, the industry calls a high injury network. So that's where we don't just have tables of crash data, we take it and we put it into this mapping software that the county will have beyond this study. So you can literally zoom into it, click on points and say, why is this showing up as so many crashes happening in this location? Okay, it's filtered, it shows all crashes, but you could filter it, and we do for the severe injuries and fatalities. Those are involving pedestrian cyclists, and understand it, and understand better where the crashes are, the frequency of them, the type of crashes, as that list shows. So from there, we really start to zoom in and say, okay, this is what's popping up technically from a reactive crash data perspective. And all draft that I'm showing you here, but just starts to show how we will start to zoom into certain quarters and say, this is what we're seeing in the data side. And this is where we need to really start to focus our efforts, as shown here. That we look at the overlap of the high crash areas, where they're severe, as I said, and VRUs, the vulnerable users, the folks out there walking, biking. And other means where they're vulnerable to being hit by a vehicle. Yeah. Thanks for your patience on the zoom out until we get the technical down, but just want to show you the work is in progress. Yeah, and here's an example of what we're going to be doing technically, is to starting to say, okay, please don't hold me to this list, or Jamie to this list. This is just starting to filter through first cut. This is the type of thing, locations that we're starting to see. I purposely shouldn't keep this up very long, right? And where our future efforts will be. I pulled this slide from work we're just completing with the city of Hopewell. And on the left is their high injury network, and on the right is what we're building right now with those pop-up events and the online survey. And that's where we're being told by the public where the problems are. And so similarly, you can click on those points and it will be that sheet that they have filled out that says, I have trouble crossing the street, whatever the problem is. So it's hopefully before something happens there, right? So naturally what we do next is we take those two things and we overlap them, right? And we say, okay, where are we hearing that there are problems and where is it documented? That's got to be top priority, right? Because there's a history of it as well as a concern. And then working together, starting to set up, and we haven't done this part yet, what those factors are to prioritize. And a piece of that I'm not showing today is the communities underneath this map, right? That certain communities, as I said earlier, rely more on non-auto travel than others. So if there are a lot of pedestrian crashes in that area, we should be aware of that. And there are different economic, socioeconomic factors that we use to create that map to understand the communities better with guidance, direct guidance from your team. And that's how we create that lens of community need. So yes, that's a lot, huh? But we're rolling. And here's a slide that shows all in. And right from the process, but with our touch to it, just adding a few E's, if you will, as if there weren't enough. So executive is this group, right? Is saying, are there policies that need to change? Are there what can we do as what can you do as leaders to help in this process? And that's open for now. The evaluation, I just showed the engineering, I think pretty straightforward. The last two pieces, I think we talk about loosely, but just want you to know it's an important part of the solution, and that is to educate and engage. So we have the educate and engage on this part of the process, but then when we have a location where we have behavioral challenges, speeding or folks crossing the street where it's dim and not at a crosswalk, how do we leverage your resources to get the word out in those areas? Be safe, we're having problems here, right? And I, in my public sector experience, have really found a strong connection between the educate and engage with the police and enforcement, because they have always, as running engineering groups, they were our eyes in the field, right? And giving us feedback and partnering on subset of this? How do we work together to knock off the worst locations off that list? So, and then, of course, there is the enforcement aspect of what they do, an important part of that. So hopefully that makes sense, that a strategy isn't only design. Certainly it's a key component, but it's really those pieces coming together when we have nailed down those focus areas. Yeah, just closing out what the products are. I'll quickly go through. I think I've covered most of this. Just clear goals and principles endorsed by this group. The mapping-based safety analysis tool that I showed you. The surveying, that is up to you guys how long you use that. And once it's built, it's up to you to use it beyond this project. The equity analysis really gets to that community analysis piece of it. The engagement we've covered, in the approach to the engagement, which I'll let Jamie expand upon. And as mentioned, a prioritization process that everyone has bought into, so as if it becomes as formal as a CIP discussion in the future, or where you spend limited resources, that it comes from a bought into prioritization process. That's certainly something we're due within the study, but then leave it up to you on how you take it from there. Yeah, and then an action plan, and maybe from this group's perspective, extremely important is, okay, now we have a list, we can't fund all this, but, right? But what money's out there? How can we partner with the Commonwealth? Are there federal grants? There are demonstration grants associated with this. There are other federal grants, redevelopment opportunities. So having that list and starting to get to move from planning documents towards implementation at a pace that we're all comfortable with and can afford and continue to maintain. Yeah, and I've alluded to much of this, but you could see that we kicked things off early this year. We're in the midst of those two things running together, the outreach as well as our analysis. We start to bring it all together in the fall and close it out early next year, to give you the quick summary of that. And Jamie, I'll pass it to you to close it out.
Sure. I think just to wrap up a couple of key points for us in this process, just a couple of examples that we've gone through. I think some of the important things through this process that we've focused on is a little bit of a shift in mindset. And I think of the public's intersection. Some of the challenges that we've had out there is that we've had safety concerns out there, and one of our responses is that engineering-wise, there's no mistakes in the engineering of the intersection, but there's challenges in the human behavior that's happening out there. And what this is saying is that we still need to account for that to have a safe network, we have to account for the way people behave, and that's part of understanding that and accepting that and finding ways to make our road network adjust to that is part of what we need to look at as well. And this process is part of what we're doing, is taking that feedback and looking at how we can integrate that into how we move forward as a community when we're developing our plans. And other things too, just in general, as we're looking around our roads, it's not just about, is the road engineered correctly? It's also, is it engineered to accept our humanity in the best way possible for the community? So I think that perspective of looking at the planning process in this way is important for this process. I also think it's going to give us some very practical tools as far as the GIS-based resources. It's going to give us some very important data for all the grant work that we do, because that's such an important resource that we use as a community for moving forward. And I think it in and of itself is all about building. We've accomplished a lot in the last 10 years and moving forward for the projects that we have after the work that the planning department's done, updating the comp plan in 2020, and the 5-year update that they're working on now is going to be very important. So we would certainly encourage everyone to get the word out about that survey and point people towards our website too. So
Jamie, I think you bring up a really valid point, or I think it's interesting. I've been thinking about this for several weeks now. When you approach the Bartlett intersection, the way that intersection is designed, it definitely moves a lot of traffic, especially compared to what we had previously. But it is interesting to watch people's behaviors, because they will get in the left-hand lane up at Ben's Church and ride a left-hand lane at maybe the speed limit if you're lucky. And then the way that the intersection is designed, you're kind of you're taking a left off of the left-hand lane to fill the other, and people are shooting past each other, getting in front of each other. People are getting upset, and sometimes there are people that have more distance between the car in front of them because they need it for safety. And then you've got people cutting in front of each other. So it's that a human condition that I feel wasn't really, no blame, but it just seemed like that should have been more considered in that. It might have been more appropriate if those two lanes had just gone, as crazy as it sounds, just straight up to Bartlett, and there had been a peel off to the right kind of thing. I know there were some challenges, other engineering challenges, but it did not address the human condition, because in the morning you've got people that are trying to get to work on time and traffic is backed up. The intersection can take it, but it's just the way people are trying to get off to the left that really makes it difficult. So I think you bring up it's interesting that you bring this up this evening, and I just use that as one example. You kind of see it throughout, particularly as we move to some of these newer designed intersections that are obviously designed very well to move a lot of cars, but I don't know that they always take into consideration the people driving the cars. So.
Correct. And I think too, as we also talk about that lens of vulnerable users, that idea of when we're designing roads for vulnerable users, we're talking about older drivers, we're talking about younger drivers, we're talking about pedestrians, we're talking about bicyclists, we're talking about people trying to cross the road while they're carrying packages, we're talking about teenagers trying to walk from school to a job. Well, those are also economic development concerns. We're talking about, people that aren't able to afford a car being able to get to a job. Those are economic development concerns as well as transportation concerns. So there's actually, a whole host of socioeconomic issues that are wrapped up in those transportation needs that are also vulnerable user needs. So these lenses actually encompass a lot of things when you're developing the road network in and of itself that are much larger than transportation. And those are all wrapped up in these topics as well, so.
And I think an email you sent us sometime back where there were complaints about that intersection, but you replied and said that people have to obey the signs and the red lights and everything. And that could create a major problem. If you run a red light, then.
Yes, and that does get to the heart of it. The intersection in and of itself is functioning the way it was designed. It is a human behavior issue, and that gets to the enforcement issue of it as well. And I think projects like this too, the safety action plan, the process of going through the action plan and the process of the outreach and of bringing the leadership team together and working through this process with us, and also with including the, rescue and safety and the sheriff's office and the planning department, and bringing them in as part of the team to develop the plan also helps bring all of those people to the table to see how everyone can be part of the solution too.
Okay, any other comments?
Could you speak any, on other localities that a safety action plan has been implemented, what the results were?
Sure, so I think that Larry can talk about a couple of the ones that they've done, but I do know the program in general has only been out for a couple of years, so I don't know how much implementation is actually out there.
Agreed. I can talk to experience in a jurisdiction that was already doing this before the grants came out. And it was the importance of that partnership, and exactly what you were just describing was reminding me of the importance of that partnership. I was with Arlington County, Virginia, and Bureau Chief for Transportation Engineering and Operations, and we had monthly meetings with the police, and they were generating the lists of what now comes out of the engineering. They were generating and mapping the worst locations and categorizing them. And we met monthly and said, okay, how do we knock these between us? How do we knock these things off this list? What's going on? One intersection, if this is hopefully answering your question directly, the implementation side and the importance of one intersection was called affectionately the intersection of doom, because of the amount of crashes there and the mix of traffic on I-66 off-ramp and 3,000 pedestrians and cyclists crossing one leg near Key Bridge. And so to get to that action, we came before the Board of Supervisors and asked for funding for the police to be out there more, that there wasn't much more we could do engineering-wise, we did. But it became a real partnership with our Board of Supervisors. Here's your resources, police were out there. Sometimes it's educating, pulling a driver over that went through a right turn restriction, for example. But we continue to monitor and take things off the list and watch them drop off that top 25 because of what we're doing and feeding back, hey, what worked? I think this hopefully helps your question. What strategies are working and what weren't working, right? In what market and what problem? And that particular one, I actually did a please don't look this up, a video describing the engineering, this exact strategy on how we engineer things a little bit more creatively and that the police are going to be out there looking for you. And that was the education piece. And so then we fed back and which weren't falling off the list quick enough, what else can we do? So that's the key to success, is that. So hopefully that helps with perspective. Yeah.
Ms. Roundtree?
How many of these grants were awarded across the state?
I would have to take a look at that. I know.
It's like 10 to 15 a year.
Yeah.
It's been a lot. And the grants are Safe Streets Action Plan and the demonstration.
Correct. And so basically the planning grants are the first pot, and then there is an implementation pot, but you have to finish your plan first, and then there's actual implementation money after that. So I don't know that has there only been one or two actual implementation? Because I think it's only been out for 3 years. It's IIJA money, so it's only been out for a few years.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you all feel good about the federal funding for this program?
So this grant itself, in and of itself, to complete the plan, I'm sure is secure. Whether the implementation funding for this program will be there when we're done, I can't say. But I do know that when we're finished with the action plan itself, the information that comes out of it will still be useful for other funding. What comes out of this will be just as useful for us to use for Smart Scale or anything else. So.
Okay. All right. Other comments? Thank you all. All right, we'll move on. Mr. Jones, do you have a report for us?
Yes, sir.
All right, public hearing. The first public hearing would be PBAC -25.1 Brewers Creek Well Lot 2 vacation.
Good evening, Sandy Robinson, presenting the staff report for the well lot number 2 in Brewers Creek.
Thank you.
Is it slow mo? Okay. This application is concerning tax map number 34H01000A. The location of this property is on Deepwater Way. It's zoned suburban residential in election district D4, and the purpose of this application is to vacate the well lot designation on this subdivision plat lot, and it can be used for single-family residential. The property owner submitted an application to vacate the well lot in order to utilize the lot for single-family residential use. Brewers Creek subdivision was approved in April of 1989 along Cedar Grove Road with an internal street of Deepwater Way to provide access to the subdivision. The Board of Supervisors purchased the water supply and well lots in Brewers Creek subdivision and sold this lot to the present owners in 2020. The owners went through the Commonwealth of Virginia well abandonment process in 2021. This is the location of the subdivision and the well lot you see outlined in yellow off of Deepwater. This is the zoning map. There's a blue dot showing where the lot is located in that subdivision. That subdivision has a zoning of SR. The land use map shows that by the blue dot you see the lot in its location with the SE land use designation. This is turning down on Deepwater Way. You see the white house on the far left there. That's where We're going down that street. We're in front of the lot pretty much here. It's a vacant lot. You can see it's fully open and grassy area. And also, it's right beside this lot that I was pointing to earlier. It's a clear lot with a grassy area. The parcel is zoned suburban residential and meets the minimum bulk requirements of the SR zoning designation, so this would not be creating a non-conforming lot. No profit conditions limited the use of this to be a well lot. The present owners went through the Commonwealth of Virginia well abandonment process, as I said, in 2021, and the well lot is not being utilized as for water lot since public water became available in that subdivision. The applicant is proposing to vacate the well lot in order to utilize the lot for single-family residential use, as I stated. If the application is approved, staff recommends that it be contingent on submittal of the subdivision plat for review within 6 months. The owners are here to represent their application.
Okay. Is the owner willing to come up to speak?
Yes, so we are
State your
requesting,
name.
my name is Karen House.
And I'm Stephen House.
We're
Thank
the
you,
current
thank you for
owners
letting
of
us speak tonight.
Yes.
She's in a hurry.
I'm nervous. Sorry. So we're submitting the application to have it vacated as a well lot. Obviously, it's not needed for that purpose anymore, and we feel like the best use of the lot would be for single-family residential.
And I'd just like to point out, I don't think the lot was ever used for a well lot, for well purposes. The lot that was used for well was turned into a residential lot, and a house was built on that lot.
The first lot on the right as you come into
Yes,
the
sir,
neighborhood.
exactly.
Yes, there was a test well dug, which was undocumented, but we did have that vacated, abandoned as necessary.
And we bought the lot, I'm just gonna throw this out here, we bought the lot, we were in the White House, next to the lot. And we bought the lot, because the lot was being vandalized. And the police department was having to come out there a lot. And we saw no other way was to try to just get a hold of this lot. The police couldn't, at the time, keep up with the calls, not just from us, but from all the neighbors. It was a young man riding a motorcycle out there. There's people that were driving golf carts on it and create ruts and things like that. At first, and I'll say one more thing and then I'll shut up. When we first moved there, the grass was growing in the lot, and every once in a while a neighbor would cut it. And there was we started asking the neighbors, they said, oh, that's part of the green space. So anyway, we looked into it, it wasn't part of the green space. We called the county's like, we don't own that lot. It was like, yeah, you do own that lot, and I want you to cut that lot. So in the end, we bought the lot, and I maintained the lot. Thought it wouldn't be a problem. We've since sold the house. We've moved to Rockingham County. And I thought, I've retired, and I thought, hey, I can drive back here and cut this lot. I'm so busy right now. I'm busier than I've ever been in my life. I don't have time to drive back and cut that lot and maintain it, take care of it, and all that good stuff. So here we are.
Okay.
Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, again, we just appreciate your consideration. We just feel like it would be the best use for the land.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The public hearing is now open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? Hearing none. Public hearing is now declared closed. Board members? Board members?
Yeah, I'd like to move approval to vacate the well lot designation as well lot number 2, as shown on the Brewers Creek subdivision plat for the property located on Deepwater Way.
Okay. Any unwritten? Hearing none. Ms. Kay?
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. Next public hearing. Riverside Elevated Water Storage Tank Conditional Use Permit Request, Height Exception Request.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Caleb Kitchen. I'm with the county's planning and zoning staff. This application before you tonight is a conditional use permit request specific to a height exception that's being applied for. It's located at tax map ID number 3201068A. It's located along a private road at 19488 Casper Circle. The current zoning district is Rural Agricultural Conservation, and it's located in election district number 3. The purpose is to construct a water tower 30 feet above the prescribed height limit in the RAC zoning district. A little bit of background: this parcel and parcels to the west have historically been used for access to and borrow pit resource extraction activity. A portion of the property was rezoned in 2008 to general commercial and was subsequently adjusted. The property lines were adjusted to what it is out there today with the hospital complex. As you may be aware, Utility Services received an EPA grant to go towards the construction of the water tower. The water tower would go on a 1.3 acre parcel to be subdivided out of the current parcel, which is 5.1 acres in its current size. And that subdivision plat is in our office going through review right now. There is a Department of Historic Resources identified site on the parcel. It was identified in a 1972 site survey, and they found points and pottery fragments from the woodland area. But at the time, its National Register of Historic Places status was undetermined. The water tower that Utility Services has submitted stands at a height of 165 feet. This is the site. You can see the Route 258 and Route 10 intersection there with the gas station on the corner. This site, the hospital site, is right here. This site kind of falls behind that old shopping center that used to be here with the ice cream store. I remember that part. This is the current zoning districts in that area. The big purple part here is planned development, mobile home park, Red Oaks, the general commercial to the south, and a lot of this is RAC zoning. A lot going on in this neck of the woods. You can see the future land use designation from the 2020 comprehensive plan. This site is designated for mixed use development. This is pulled from their preliminary site plan that they submitted it a little too early, but I decided to pull this just to kind of show the layout of the site. That is not the shape of the tower. This is the road going to the tower, and the tower is right here in the middle. And then you can see the bulb there. The tower would go on a site here to the left. This is the view off of Casper Circle. This is the view from the Benz Grant subdivision. The tower would be over here. And of course from the gas station there at the intersection, the tower is going to be about right there. Utility Service provided this photo. This is a view from the Benz Church parking lot looking across the street, and it's supposed to simulate sort of a visual impact of where that tower height's going to be looking from that distance. As you are aware, the zoning ordinance stipulates that the Planning Commission and the board have to consider certain criteria before granting a conditional use permit related to health, safety, and public welfare. That the goals, that the proposed use is not contrary to the goals and objectives of our planning documents here in the county. Furthermore, the zoning ordinance stipulates that the board can impose additional conditions to conditional use permit requests to make the use more compatible with the neighborhood that it's being placed in. Things like protection for historic resources, adequate engineering, things of that nature. So 99% of the height exception requests that you all see, you usually find them under the new business section of your agenda. There's no public hearing required. This is that 1%. Section 4-2006 is our bulk regulations for the RAC zoning district, which establishes the 35-foot height or 3-story limit in the RAC zoning district. You scroll down a little farther in the ordinance, you come to our supplementary use regulations in 5-2000, and there's a portion of it that provides for exceptions under certain circumstances to include water towers, steeples, cupolas, those kind of architectural features. And it allows them by right up to 100 feet above the prescribed height limit. Any additional requires you to go through the conditional use permit process and the public hearing process. In this case, with the proposed height being 165 feet. That's 30 feet over that by right limit. So that's why we're here this evening. The future recommended land use designation, again, is mixed use. Appropriate uses, that should say MU land use in the middle, not SE. But appropriate land uses would be single-family residences, more dense products like townhomes or apartment-style residences, mixed with non-residential uses like parks and trails and community facilities, and existing or planned office and commercial uses. Staff forwarded the application to different agencies. Fire Rescue had no concerns. The County Museum did identify that historic resource mentioned earlier, and our environmental planner noted that due to the soil out there being sort of a loamy sand with a lot of activity from the previous resource extraction activity, she has recommended a soil report to be submitted. Looking in staff's analysis, the strengths of the application are that it's generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and can meet all the ordinance requirements. The proposed use will serve that critical public service need with the construction of the Smithfield Hospital complex. The identified weakness is that the proposed height of the water tower can have negative visual impacts on the St. Luke's Historic Overlay District and the historic resources identified within, which is right next door to this site. So staff recommends approval of the application with the following conditions: that County Museum staff conduct a preliminary shovel testing of the site to determine if there's a potential need for any further archaeological studies. We've been in contact with Jennifer England at the museum, and because this is a county project, she offered for her and her staff, assuming this CUP is approved, to go out there and do some soil testing for us instead of hiring somebody out. And secondly, the submission of a soil report determining the ability to put a water tower on that type of soil. And at their April 22nd meeting, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval with those staff conditions. I do not see our utility services folks here, but I'll be around after the public hearing. If y'all have any technical questions, I'll have to forward you to them, but I'll do my best. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing is hereby open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? Hearing none, I see none. Public hearing is closed. Board members?
Well, that site, I know we're looking at this from the angle of utilities. I know that water tank is needed for some of the water pressure, particularly fire flows and stuff for the hospital and probably other development. Anyone that's lived in this county a number of years remembers that piece of property looking a lot different in the 70s and 80s. One is, I guess it's safe to assume they're going to do boring samples and stuff like that to make sure that it will support the water tank.
Yes, we're not going to put our site.
I remember when it was an open hole and had an idea,
Yes.
some idea of what might have gone in there.
And so that's especially why, especially with the archaeological site that was out there in 1972, what is out there probably may not be in the best of shape if they find anything now. But yes, we would require.
You'll probably find things that weren't from the 19.
Yeah,
so.
more modern artifacts.
Yeah.
But yes, we will require that before we approve.
I mean, that sounds relatively silly, but it's just amazing to see that piece of land now covered up, and then to think that archaeological finds, you're going to find some stuff in there, but it's not going to be of any.
Yes.
It'll be within probably my lifetime.
I'm sure the museum will take it though.
But anyway.
Whatever it may be.
Okay.
I have a question. I have two questions, actually. Are there any plans to paint anything on the water tower? Like, is Riverside putting a logo or county logo, or, I mean, what's going to be on it?
I can answer that. So, yeah, we do have a proposal from them for a rendering of that. I think we talked before about, having them place their logo on the sign, on the tank, and exchange for some kind of agreement with them. We haven't got to that point of an agreement, but I think we had talked about that generally probably a couple of years ago. So, because it is right there behind the hospital. Even though it's a county tank, it is right behind the hospital.
What dictates the design of the tank? Not the size, I'm not talking about that, but you see different styles, I guess, or architectural designs of the tanks in the county. They're not very consistent. What is it just based on,
The previous tanks, you notice we had a different design. It's like almost like a corrugated design. It actually has a room in there.
Right.
And these are more of just a spheroid. This is identical to the tank that we put behind Hardy Elementary School. So I think these are more of the standard design tanks rather than the tank that has an interior structure to it.
so this would be more in line with what we've been doing recently? I'd say.
Identical to the Hardy tank, correct.
My second question had to do with access. Will there be a access road for public vehicles off of Route 10?
No, this access will come in behind the hospital.
Yeah, there's public right-of-way there. I think it's called the North Access Road, I
Right.
believe, and that, going back to that image, there it is. So North Access Road, there's a 50-foot right-of-way.
And that's off Ben's Grant Boulevard?
Yeah, I think you go in behind the hospital
Yeah.
where the on the backside of the hospital, and it goes straight into where the tank would be. So have access from the hospital property.
I guess that's fenced and it's locked and everything.
It'll be fenced, yes. Just go back to the soil issue. We actually received bids today, so the whole property's been engineered. That was a land use question, but the engineering's been done. I think I actually have pilots underneath of it, so. And the height requirement is based on the pressure design, so.
No questions on it.
This will actually have a higher pressure zone than the tank there on Brewer's Neck. So the property there at Ben's Grant is about 40 feet taller or higher elevation than the other tank. And so when the original tank was built there at Brewer's Neck, this property was not planned for development at that time. And so it predated, any discussion of property of, because like I say, it was a borrow pit back then in that area. So as developments occurred there along Route 10, we've had pressure issues or questions in the Ben's Grant area. And then with the hospital, there'd always been a plan in the master plan for a tank there. And so the height elevation is based on the pressure design.
Good.
So that's what required the higher height. And at that time, we did not have a water line coming directly from Suffolk along Route 10. We've since built that, about 6 or 7 years ago, we built that Route 10 water line. So that brought in another source of water rather than just coming down 17.
And that's on that same side of the street, right?
Well, it changes sides of the road. It started off on the east side of Route 10, then it crossed over and came down the west side of 10, the rest of the way to Ben's Grant.
I'd like to move approval of the conditional use permit with the staff recommended conditions.
All right, Ms. Kay?
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. All right, our next public hearing will be on the noise ordinance.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, as you know, we've I guess it was a year or so ago, Mr. McCarty asked that the noise ordinance be looked at, and what is in the agenda is the version that was drafted when Mr. McCarty and I sat together. He came up with the changes that he wanted, and then I just made them into what I believe would be an enforceable ordinance. In a nutshell, what we did was, one, we added definitions to what the various items were. There were no definitions in the old ordinance. And then we attempted to take out any reference to something that was somewhat hard to enforce. But there were no decibel levels or anything of that nature. It had language about violating someone's peaceful enjoyment, which is a very subjective matter. It talked about if the noise could be heard within so many feet, and we don't equip our deputies with tape measures to be able to go out and measure how far they are from a noise source. So it basically attempted to do away with that and basically say that if various noises could be heard inside a enclosed or closed dwelling unit. So if you're in your home with the windows and doors shut and noise is penetrating that during whatever time, some of it is midnight to 7 a.m., some has different time limits, but that is what it's done. And at the time that it was introduced the first time, the board had no real motivation to move forward, and it kind of just fell by the wayside. There was some, I think, some complaints in Ben's grant that came to Ms. Roundtree's attention, and she asked that it be brought back up. We had it discussed at several work sessions, and the same ordinance amendments were presented. I've received no consensus as guidance from the board to any specific changes to be made to the draft. And I believe it was Mr. Akery suggested that why don't we just schedule a public hearing, get public input, and then look at where we go from here. So I drafted this on behalf of Mr. McCarty, and so that is where it is. I think I can answer questions about it, but I'm not. These are not my proposed edits. So that is kind of where we are.
Okay, all right. With that said, public hearing is hereby open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? Mr. Tucker?
David Tucker, District 3, and I appreciate Mr. Jones's efforts. Noise revision. This thing's not messing, it's messing up. Thank you.
I stopped it.
Thank you. All right, now it's working for me.
All right.
All right. And I do appreciate Jones's effort. Please do not let this mess define the BOS. Scrap it. Thank you. Proposed ordinance resembles nuclear gone wild. Reads like a HOA bylaws. Not smart, too wordy. Where's enforcement consideration to resources and balance resources time for various districts? Where's the compassion for these criminals that whistle, operate garbage cans, watch TV at 3 a.m. like the sick and the elderly? Reads like and empowers a BOS attempt to forge a more obedient constituency versus a BOS delivering a safe, healthy, civil framework to the constituency. People just don't behave like you want them to. The annoyed is always right. Noise express prohibited. Who's counting the number of people in a house, even in a loud family of 10 or greater? If a barking dog stops barking for 2 minutes, is the 10-minute clock reset to 0? Who's counting? Yep, HOA type source. Can't install a loudspeaker. That's legacy. Some folks can move trash only during the limited time proposed. At the county's convenience, will the county roll in and out these folks' garbage cans for the sick and the elderly? Whistling. Who can whistle that loud anyhow? Might as well be as petty towards snoring or toddlers running, crying. And what about confused elderly? Use the sheriff's office or rewrite it or drop it. They know noise. They don't need definitions required. They have compassion and they know the resource management. My experience in 35 years in Isle of Wight, I've called the sheriff's department several times for multiple reasons, and I've learned from them arrival times up to 35 plus minutes due to resource restrictions and being compounded by distance traveled to less populated areas. And they are committed to a situation until complete, and they have compassion towards the adversaries in such situations. I made only one noise call, and thank you, Mr. Jones. The company, a logging company, 1 3/4 miles from my house as early as 5:30 a.m. during a 4-month span. The logging was in 2024 and appears to be a growing lampant and snub trend of companies showing disregard towards this county. Later learned such logging is silviculture, not to start before 7 a.m. What's missing from the ordinance? Silviculture. Maybe a reason, maybe county places businesses over your constituents. I'm not pushing for it into a messy document. Keep the devil in the developing details and out of the ordinance. Please question the need for a revised noise ordinance. Then, if noise ordinance needs to be revised, ask each item, word, and punctuation. Will there be an imbalanced shift in law enforcement away from the districts to heavier populated areas such as Carrollton, where value is added? Has there been an influx of noise incidents to merit these changes? Definitions. Remove limiting definitions and source descriptions. Noise is noise. Source definitions are forever evolving. So if it is not defined in a document, it can't be dealt with. Exemptions suggest BOS to ride around the county and see it. Some of what's written in the proposal is our rights. Read it, please. You're defining our rights, so why write it here? I know my First Amendment rights of speech and peaceful assembly, and thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, be friendly too.
Anyone else willing to speak for or against?
Shelley Perry, 13458 Melissa Drive. I am for a change in the amendment. I don't totally agree with everything that's in the amendment. The Alawite Police Department is very familiar with my area in Smithville Heights. We have a neighbor in my area who thinks it's fine to have a DJ in their backyard all the way up till midnight, because that's what the law states. For 12:01, they can do it. You can be in my house with my TV in my living room, my ceiling fan, and my box fan on, and hear da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't want to hear it. I didn't pay for my house to hear your stuff. I don't want to hear it. If I can hear it in my house, then it needs to go. Last year, we had 4 neighbors call that could all hear it inside their house. The police came 3 times. All 3 times they told us there is nothing they can do. They can ask for it to be turned down, but legally they can't do nothing. The street has about 30 cars full of people coming to this house. There's nothing we can do. The police told us the only thing we can do is if an emergency situation happened and they could not get through, cars would be towed. But when I'm at the end of a cul-de-sac. So when you're 3 deep wide, nobody can get in their driveway, out of their driveway. People are drinking, they're leaving drunk, and they're getting behind the wheel of a car. I'd like to see the ordinance changed time-wise too. 9 o'clock, fine. 10 maybe, you're pushing it. But you do have people that work nights. You have people that get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and work, even on the weekends. So nobody wants to hear that in their house. I don't play my 70s music for anybody to do it. And I even remarked to a cop last year, why don't I get in my car and turn my Sirius radio on? That's illegal. Why is it illegal when I'm in my own driveway? I can't go but so high, but it's illegal for that. But it's not illegal till midnight, 12:01, for people to listen to loud music. Please change some of the rules, because some of the rights are being taken away. Put it to a decent time frame and include the inclusion where somebody can hear it inside their property. It needs to be shut down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else willing to speak for or against? That's said. Public hearing is hereby closed. Board member?
So, just to address something Mr. Tucker said, the proposed ordinance does address lawn care, leaf removal, gardening, tree maintenance or removal, and other landscaping, lawn, or timbering activities, which is silviculture, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m.
So when this was brought up, Mr. McCarty and I, of course, have spoke about it, and probably others, as he said on the board. Law enforcement approached us with this and said, y'all have an ordinance that we cannot enforce. And we're being called to places over and over and over again, simply to ask somebody to turn it down. We go next door, talk to the complainant or wherever. We leave and they turn it right back up. And then they call us back out. And they said, we spend the whole evening, or we can spend a whole evening addressing one noise concern because we have nothing to enforce. It is a balance. Anytime you're looking at noise ordinance, or it does, the HOA thing is not to pick on HOAs, but it does kind of remind you of that. But it's a balance at the same time. One when talking to our law enforcement, they said we have to have some tools, and we're the only ones that can provide them for it. Mr. Jones, you brought up that the hearing was for this intent, to have some meaningful conversation and to, I was hoping there'd be more than two people, but I really appreciate the two people speaking, because it does affect everybody. It's also perception too. Most people that are responsible, it doesn't take much for them to turn it down. To me, sometimes noise is being used as a, we use a strong terminology and say a weapon or something to to bother their neighbors with intentionally a lot of times. But our law enforcement right now can't do anything about it, but go out there and ask them to turn it down and leave. And I say turn it down, stop the noise or what have you. So I don't know.
And I think the law enforcement does a pretty good job as far as communicating with who could be the potential violator. It comes, because I've been at family reunions and had some good music kind of loud, and they'll come in and ask the DJ to cut it down. Majority of the time, the DJ will cut the volume down, and the homeowner would make sure that the volume stay down, not the DJ, because the homeowner's actually in charge of it, and the homeowner be the one responsible. And you talk about, I can hear this noise in my house where you got a Harley Davidson or you got a Kawasaki motorcycle with a, and not speaking of you, Joel.
I was feeling a little like you was a little targeted there, Randy.
But I'm saying, you start your bike in the morning, well, I start my bike in the morning, your neighbor can hear that bike in the house. So is that a violation?
I'll make sure I'm gone by the time law enforcement gets there.
Probably so, but I mean,
Anyway,
I think
know.
that's pushing it to the extreme.
It's a balance. I mean, I don't, anyway.
Right. And we gotta look at, are houses being built too close to one another now?
Well, we have townhouses. I mean, we have, an entire neighborhood at Ben's Grant, a section of the neighborhood that share a wall. And really, this is where the genesis of the citizen concerns came from. And so I did some research and talked to Mr. Jones about the drafted noise ordinance that I found out you all had been working on for several years. In consultation with the sheriff's department, they've reviewed this, and as Mr. Jones said, have put in input and agree with it and support it. The specific citizen complaints that I listened to were coming from people that, a lot of folks in that Ben's Grant neighborhood, they actually think they live in the town of Smithfield, right? Their zip code is Smithfield. Everybody, it all appears a cohesive kind of area. And the town of Smithfield noise ordinance does start at 10 p.m. So I think that is one of the points in moving it from midnight to 10 p.m. is so that during the week on a Tuesday or a Thursday night when kiddos are trying to go to bed and something is, loud and can be heard inside another person's townhouse where you share a wall, then the sheriff's department can come out and can actually enforce the violation or the noise before midnight, so that, now they can address it at 10 p.m. instead of midnight, and then, again, kiddos can sleep before school the next day. So those are really all the things that, I wanted to bring up with regard to this. It's just been working on a long time. Sheriff's Department approves it and actually helped to write it. The 10 p.m. Time matches town of Smithfield versus midnight, which is what it is now, in residential areas only. So this isn't like all over the county this applies to. It's still midnight in most of the county. It's just in the residential areas. So those are the points I wanted to make.
Well, if I could, we asked the sheriff's department, where were the complaints coming from? And they were supposed to bring that info to us. They have not done that yet, to my knowledge.
They mentioned how many calls they received, but I'm not sure they said where they were located.
So, I think we've discussed, because we discussed this over the years and more passionately here lately. With this, or is it appropriate to dissect this by DSD? Because, and I say that, our citizens that are living in the DSDs, one would say that they are impacted by a lot of the growth that the rest of the county's not. part of that growth and that density is quality of life is sometimes jeopardizing things like noise. So I'm not saying that I would necessarily vote on or ask us to move on this evening, but could we or should we consider the ordinance being defined as this in a DSD and the rest of the county maybe be either more liberal or just different? I'll just leave it at that. Because some of the things that we've discussed, you find primarily in the DSDs, and not so much, on your farm where, or I say farm, you've got a 5 acre, an acre, your neighbors are okay with you, and you've got the DJ going on. That's a lot difference in that between that and, I'd say, a townhome.
The answer is yes. You could differentiate the ordinance based on being in a DSD or not. The problem, and there would need to be some more research from me on the idea of it only applying to residential areas, because that is almost all of the county. RAC is a residential, is allowed. So it would only be your general commercial and your industrial areas that the noise wouldn't apply.
Well, I think we should edit section 11.2-3 F and G, because it does reference residential areas. So if we wanted to edit it and then make it DSD related, et cetera, I think that's a good.
And if we allow some time for our citizens to say, the intent is to improve the quality of life, not to restrict people. And I believe, seems to me in the DSD, this is more suitable for something that may improve quality of life instead of restricting one's ability to do what they want to on their property. I mean, that's the balance that we're talking about here. So what I would recommend is, let's just use the DSD thing as an example. Let it simmer, let it get it out to our constituents and get hopefully some feedback. Hopefully. I mean, unfortunately, we only had 2 people speak this evening. But we would like to hear from them if they say, yeah, I think it's applicable. I don't think our farmers or people in the more rural character or more rural parts of our county are really looking for something like this. But
all right. Well,
I like the direction of the discussion, especially as what Mr. Akery brought forward, and I say that having spent most of my first 35 years in construction, development, and things like that, and then the last half has been more in the agricultural field the last 30 years. And with that being said, I even think about Mr. Jefferson and all the laborers that maybe roofers and so on, and I know what it's like to have to come to summer and you've got 90-plus temperatures out there, and you're working roofs, you're laying decks and things like that down, and midday you can't get anything done, and so sometimes you have to start earlier. And if you're in a development project where there's perhaps some folks moved in, but there's only halfway through that development project, you've got a lot of construction people out there trying to get the buildings built and the job done. So the idea of designated or DSD areas versus agriculture, I can tell you with what I do in agriculture, but I can tell you from my neighbors right across the road, I won't say their names, and some of them but hey, when the heat was coming in or the rain was coming in, they were out 6 o'clock in the morning, tilling ground, breaking ground, or whatever, and those tractors are noisy. But I look at that from my backyard and say, yeah, but I understand their situation. I know they've got to get it in because the rain's coming. And so there needs to be that level of practicality to what we do. And so I think these discussions have led us into diving a little bit deeper into it.
Mr. Chairman, just one other comment. The idea of the DSDs would also make it easier for the sheriff's office to know, we know where the DSDs are. They're delineated. I'm not sure that the sheriff's department has immediate access to what a zoning of a, any more than, how many feet it is from another location.
Very true.
Well, I would like to make a motion that we table this ordinance until next month.
Okay, I will bring back some more changes.
Okay? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Agri?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. And we're gonna do this last public hearing. Tax rate ordinance. Who got that? Nobody.
There's no presentation on it, it's just the ordinance is, we advertised the ordinance at, for the operating budget at 78 cents per $100 value for the real estate rate, and then, which is an increase of 5 cents, and then an increase in the machinery and tools tax rate from $1.95 to $2.05, which would be a 10-cent increase. And then all the other tax rates are the same as they were in the current fiscal year.
All right, with that said, public hearing is hereby open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? Yes, ma'am.
Shelley Perry, 13458 Melissa Drive. I am opposed to your tax rate. I feel like your citizens that are older do not have a choice. Originally, our tax rate was gonna go up and the water rate was gonna go up 5%. Now we got water rate going up 15% and the tax is going up again. We do not have the money for everything that wants to be funded. That's a given. Everybody wants their hand out for a raise. We're losing businesses. We're losing tax dollars. We have other things coming in. We need to, and I know y'all had a hard time trying to decide who gets what. I understand that totally. But we have to take a look of what citizens you have in the county. They're not just young people. They're not just old people. You have a variety of people, a variety of incomes. And when you keep up in taxes and you're upping it on a homeowner, their homeowner's insurance goes up, their taxes go up, and if it's rolled into their mortgage, the mortgage goes up. So that's 3 bills in one. Then you're up in the water, so now you got 4 bills in one. Well, you've already said that next year you're gonna have to go up on taxes again. We've got houses coming in, but we don't got the people putting the money in that the developments are putting in. We've got to stop somewhere and say, look, everybody needs this, everybody wants this, but this is what we have to deal with. You either got to take it or leave it. If you don't like it, you don't like you're not getting the raise, go somewhere else. But when you go somewhere else, are you going to get all the benefits that you get now? Some of these things you're giving money for, I understand, but my husband's job doesn't go up when his insurance goes up. His health insurance goes up, we have to belly up to it. They don't give you no raise. We're not getting a raise for nothing. Go to the grocery store, look and see what groceries are. I can tell you something that went up in 1 week. Go to Kroger. Little Debbie cakes last week were $2.79. That same box yesterday was $3.19. And that's just a little thing. I mean, water bills are already going up. Now you want to go 15% because 5% weren't good enough. It didn't bring in the money. So please, think about your people as a whole, not just the A-list workers here and the school teachers here and the county officials here. Somebody's got to give. I know it's not an ideal situation, but you got to think about all the people in your county. What happens if they can't make their bills? Are they going to lose their house? Because somebody wanted a raise and it was better for them to get a raise than you to figure out, sorry, you get a raise, then this gets cut out. I have to do that every week. Can't buy this on my grocery list, it went up. I'm surviving. But that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your time, and
Thank
I
you.
understand you had a hard job.
Thank you. Anyone else willing to speak for or against? Public hearing hereby closed. Board members?
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that you table this to be directly behind your budget item, because based on what you do with the budget would then affect where you may go with your tax rates.
Okay. All right, good. All right, let's take us maybe a 5-minute break.
Do you want to take that motion to table before you take the
Yes,
break?
yes.
I'll make the motion to table.
Ms. Kay?
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. We'll take a 5-minute break, please.
Mr.
I was like, you know what?
Reconvene. All right, Mr. Keaton.
Yes, sir. A couple items I wanted to report. We had the bid opening today for the water tank, for the Riverside water tank we just talked about earlier. So we did have 3 bidders. We're still reviewing those, make sure they're all responsive, but it appears to be. The low bid came in, I'm just gonna give you round numbers here. The low bid came in slightly under 5.7 million. The second bidder was about 7.3 million, and the high bidder was 8.4 million.
Those would be like 3 million.
Yeah, we did too. So.
They didn't know that. You should have probably told them. We were
Yeah.
thinking more like 3 million.
Our budget amount for construction, we had roughly about 4.9 in the budget. So we're a little bit short, about, $700,000 or $800,000 short on the construction side. We will be meeting with the low bidder. We do have an opportunity to negotiate with the low bidder, and then we'll be bringing back a recommendation for you at our next meeting, the June meeting.
What if we put their
So-
name on it? I'm just
I know when we put it out for bid, that there were concerns about steel prices going up substantially. That was all about the same time with tariffs and all. So we want to sit down with the contractors and find out, what caused the increase. And we were comparing it to this is similar tank to the one we just built at Hardy, and which came in, 3 million or so. So that it's a substantial increase, and the lead time on the equipment is a lot more now. So it's going to be over a year of construction time. Now, the hospital, when it's built, we do have another option to boost the pressure for the fire, for the fire pump during that interim time while the tank is under construction. But anyway, literally, we just opened these bids, today, so we'll be reviewing this in detail and bring back more information. But I just wanted to give you the immediate results.
Would you please repeat the low bid? I couldn't quite hear it.
5.7 million.
Okay, thank you.
And the second item, I did send out some good news that we did get another month of our sales tax information. It was up 12% this month compared to the same time last year. The report, it should be in your email. So right now, if you take out the 2 extra payments we received this year for that error, we're about 16% ahead of last year, year to date for 10 months. So we're still, because last month we were up about 8%. This month we're up 12%. So we're still in this uncharted territory, because literally one of the reports today we had at the Planning District Commission was about retail sales were down in the region, and I was left information for the person who had prepared that because I want to talk to her about it, because we're seeing the exact opposite. We're seeing double-digit increases. So that's all I have.
Okay, good. All right, we'll move on to unfinished business, the budget, operating budget.
So you have a copy of the budget options in front of you. We emailed those out last week. The board had requested that we look at some other options for the budget. So I want to go over these and just give you some information about how we determine where we are. So the first thing we did, we went back and looked at our revenue estimates. Mr. Gwaltney had a chance to review in detail or update some of the projections he had made back in March. So originally we told you that we were going to have to reduce our machinery and tools tax revenue by about $350,000. After we got all of the returns in, we were able to add back $18,000 to that estimate. So instead of $350,000, it was $332,000 reduction. Our real estate tax revenue, some of the projected commercial projects that we have going on in the county were an estimate of what the evaluation would be. Those came in a little bit higher, so we were able to increase the real estate tax revenue by $84,000. And then the personal property tax revenue, mostly vehicles, once all the bills were prepared and were ready to send out, Mr. Gwaltney compared where we were this time last year and then what we project to be added during the year. So if you imagine, if you go out and buy a new car between now and next year, that your old car gets dropped off, new vehicle gets added on, so that we get the difference. Or just people moving into the county and more vehicles being added to the rolls. So we know there's always a certain amount, because that's a projection. So after looking at all of those, where we were last year, how much we added last year, we were able to add about $150,000 in additional estimated tax revenue. I say estimated because that's not a guarantee, but we know where we are right now and where what we normally add during the fiscal year. So that gives us some extra revenue from what we originally talked about last week. On the expenditure side, we received this information literally the day of the meeting last week, but we weren't able to verify everything till the next day. But the clerk of court, I believe, Laura, let's see here in the back. Clerk of courts statewide received, I think it's like every clerk of court received an additional position. I saw 120.
I think it was like 117 extra positions.
Okay.
Almost every clerk's office.
Right. So this is, you've heard us talking about this sealing of records, and there's a new process for sealing records. We talked about doing some scanning. Well, the state granted virtually every circuit court in the state an additional position to manage that process. Now, in the past, we have some comp board funded positions in our different constitutional offices, and then we have locally funded positions. In this case, the state added a caveat that said this money for this position could not be used to supplant local funds. So in other words, we couldn't just say, well, we already have an extra position, they can use that. This has to be added for a new position. Am I saying that correctly?
Correct.
Okay.
So that 38,000 is for that position?
No, that's what we would need to add to that money to make it a whole county position, because they don't give us enough in benefits. And of course, they give every clerk's office the same amount of money for the position regardless of what the pay scale is.
Do you know what the amount was that we would receive?
$48,272.
Okay.
Close to what that is. And no benefits or anything included with that?
They give a small amount of benefits. It wouldn't cover health.
Doesn't make it
insurance.
competitive.
Yeah, right.
About 3,200.
So once we added in the, what our pay scale is, it would take another $38,000 to fully fund that position. So that's one that we would need to add back in there. That's not one we anticipated, because we didn't know the state was going to add these positions until we got the final state budget approved.
We better hurry up and pass the budget before the state adds any more jobs.
Well, I think they're finally done. They've added all their positions and completed the budget. So, if you take all that in consideration, I gave you the base budget and then 6 options. I'm just going to go through these. So, I call this the base budget, which had the 5-cent real estate tax increase. It did not have a machinery and tools tax increase. This would fund, and all of these options will fund the clerk of court position. Again, this is the original budget, so it had no departmental cuts. This does keep the additional sheriff's office positions that the board had asked us to add back in. It keeps the additional fire rescue positions that we've already talked about. And then this would fund the Commonwealth Attorney investigator position if the board so chooses. And we've estimated that at $54,000 to make that a full-time position versus the part-time. And then this would leave $160,000 unallocated. When I say unallocated, we don't have an expenditure for it. It would just have that money in the budget that could be used towards next year when you know you're going to have some shortfall in revenues from the loss of the M&T tax at Keurig.
So Randy, on your base,
Go ahead.
sorry,
Go ahead.
on the base budget, as I recall, you presented your budget, and then the board added, if you will, the sheriff's positions, 2 sheriff FTEs, 2 fire and rescue, is that correct?
Got 2.5, basically.
2.5. as well as the Commonwealth's attorney investigator position. So y'all, I mean, you had done your budget, and then you had to go back and figure out where the money was gonna come from to enhance the budget to accommodate these public safety positions, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Because originally, the budget I originally presented, you know, we talked about positions that have been requested, but we did not I did not recommend any new positions either for the sheriff, for the county departments or the schools. So the schools had a whole list of positions they had requested, and rather than go through and say, well, this department should have one, this department shouldn't, we just did a blanket across the board of no new positions to try to keep it as a maintenance budget. And of course, there's been discussion about adding some of those back, so that's kind of where we are. But I wanted to show you as a base budget, because we've had this additional revenue, the 5-cent tax increase would fund these positions, and you would still have about 160,000, I call unallocated, that would be, you could just put in contingency or not even estimated in the budget, and just, it would just be extra money that would flow into the budget to be used for next year.
For the unknowns.
For the following,
Kind of like
correct.
what we're seeing in Windsor with the sewer system and things like
Correct.
that may be. Okay.
And Randy, you might want to note, this also covers some expenses that were not addressed in the original presentation, like the additional exemptions. For,
Correct.
Veterans.
Yeah, we've already had some discussion about some other items that were added. Like specifically, the biggest one was the unknown amount for the tax exemptions for elderly, disabled, and veterans.
What would be the salary of the Commonwealth attorney, that new position, the investigator? Hmm?
It was around 65.
Yeah. I think we added the position
This
as
is the
a,
salary here.
Yeah, it's the portion that's not part-time. We already have part-time for that position in the budget, so the additional is the extra cost to make them full-time.
Plus benefits.
plus
Plus
benefits.
benefit.
It
Right.
includes benefits.
Right. All right, so then option one, this would, you could reduce the tax rate to a 4.5 cent increase. This would not require machinery and tools tax increase, fund the clerk of court position, 129,000 in departmental cuts, keep the sheriff and the fire rescue positions. This does not include the investigator position. So this would be one option. You could reduce the tax rate by 0.5 cent, have these other changes, no change to the machinery and tools, and then have the majority of the departmental cuts we've talked about. We talked about 185,000 in departmental cuts, so this would allow you to do these things and cut a penny, or 0.5 penny, excuse me. Option two, again, still be the 4.5 cent tax increase. This would have a 4 cent machinery and tools tax increase. The reason we chose 4 cent was to keep it below the dollar. This would take us up to $1.99 on the machinery and tools tax. Again, clerk court positions and all these options only require $12,000 in departmental cuts and would keep the sheriff and fire rescue positions in the budget. Option three would allow you to go to a 4 cent increase, so another 0.5 penny off the tax increase, a 1 cent machinery and tools tax increase, and 172,000 in departmental cuts, and it would eliminate the sheriff and the fire rescue positions to get the whole penny cut off the tax rate. Option four would be, again, 4 cent instead of 5 cent, a 4 cent machinery and tools increase, almost 168,000 in departmental cuts, keep the sheriff positions, and eliminate the fire rescue positions. Option five would Again, 4-cent tax increase, 4-cent machinery and tools, the full $185,000 in departmental cuts, eliminate the sheriff positions, and partially fund the fire rescue positions. And then option 6 would be the 4-cent tax, 10-cent machinery and tools tax increase, which would be about $294,000, $178,000 departmental cuts, and then keep the sheriff and fire rescue positions. And you have all of these on the spreadsheet in front of you if you want to take a look at those, or we can go back to any of the slides you would like. So we try to give you a variety of options, different tax options, different funding of position options. I'm sure there's a lot more options we can come up with if you like to. Just trying to see how the board would like to proceed with any of these options or more that you want to choose to.
I really like the way this was done this time. I appreciate it. You know, we've wrestled with all the different scenarios. I think we've gone back to the drawing board. We've gotten more good information. And it's only my second year of budgeting. It's a different kind of methodology than we used even last year. But I appreciated the options. And I think that was a good suggestion by Supervisor Acree last week to allow you all to be the experts and come back with, you know, different scenarios that we can then react to. Really appreciate it. Can you go back to option 1?
Mm-hmm.
So this one's my favorite at this point.
And I favor option 1 as well, because it stays away from the machinery and tool tax, and I think that we really need to be careful there to draw in a more diverse tax income to the county, which might include things that would have machinery and tool tax income. It also accomplishes all the things that we've talked about the last several weeks with the additional positions, and does that by both still trying to minimize the residential tax increase to the maximum extent possible.
I do think that maybe we could, just to add to that, I do think we can maybe improve it a little bit if we wanted to keep the Commonwealth Attorney Investigator position, and we could increase M&T by like 2 cents, still keep it under the $2, right? And just increase it by 2 cents and add back almost the exact amount of what it would take to partially fund the Commonwealth Attorney Investigator position. That's the only, you know, change that I would make to option 1 if we wanted to.
Well, my option would be the base budget because the increase really deals with public safety more than anything else. And I don't like to keep cutting from the departments. They're already operating at a bare minimum, so to speak. So we don't need to take more from them and ask them to do more with less. So that's one reason. And option 1 is taking $125,000 from departments. And I don't want to see that.
Well, you know, I can see why option 1 up there is something that's entertained or would be attractive. You know, the Commonwealth's attorney position, first of all, let's back up a little bit. Our county administrator, as he's mentioned before, had to go through and figure out what the priorities were. And in fairness, he just kind of eliminated any new positions. He's covered that several times. One might ask, how did the Commonwealth's attorney issue or new position get brought up in, we'll call it the 11th hour? And it seems that, in my opinion, kind of to segue from what Mr. Jefferson said, it kind of does go along with public safety. That position going from part-time to full-time will hopefully foster a better work environment for our sheriffs, or for our deputies rather, so that when they are enforcing the laws, when they are doing their job, there's someone there to really see it across the goal line, I guess is a way to put it. I don't claim to know a whole lot about law enforcement. My sister was in law enforcement, not me. But I know that it's important that we have that in our, in the budget. The other aspect of it, I think Mr. Jefferson just touched on it, and this comes down to us, we all know that, is that when I hear at a county level that we're already stretched thin, I know that we were being responsible and asked that some positions in our county staff be eliminated because they've been vacant for a while. Just eliminate them. And that's because, first of all, apparently, we can't draw that type of skilled laborer or that type of person to those positions for whatever reason, whether it's money, whether it's where we are or whatever. But I do find it interesting, and I don't know that this speaks to the departmental cuts, but when I hear things like, we're already stretched thin, that there are days when some of our staff, for example, I don't know that this actually happened, but say an air conditioning unit goes out in your building, and there's a chance they're not going to get to you today because something else is a much bigger priority. Not because our staff doesn't care, but they got to prioritize. They're already stretched thin. I don't know if it speaks, when we talk about department cuts, if that speaks to that level of concern. Would you say it does or doesn't? Or
Well, the departmental cuts, I would characterize that more of reducing our estimate, because when we went through, we sat down with Mr. Stefano for 3.5 hours one night. And I think every one we went through, there was looking back at what our historical expenditures have been and, what we thought we might spend. So, and we talked about the fact that, okay, if we run over, we're going to have to dip into contingency and add that money because it's not a discretionary item. These are items that, I think one, for example, was the juvenile detention. That is ranged from $100,000 to $270,000. And so we've been budgeting $200,000, but it might be $100,000 next year. It's one of those things that you don't know what it's going to be. So if we reduce the estimate, we're going to have to pay the bill, whatever it is. It's just that we're guesstimating what it might be next year. So that's really where the cuts were. We didn't really cut anything like saying, okay, we're not going to do this item. We just reduced what we thought we might spend for the upcoming year.
I'll speak to that a little as well. It was a review line item by line item within the budget, looking at the previous years of spending and then forecasting what the most likely amount this year would be spent. Purposely staying away from anything that dealt with worker pay or compensation oriented of the benefits they would receive. So things, and some of them were relatively small in nature, like, a department's postage for the last 3 years was, didn't necessarily, it gave an allowance to potentially save $500, but cumulatively that added up. And then the ask from Mr. Keaton was, okay, now that we know what the sum of the potential savings, obviously it wouldn't make sense to save all of that, but a small fraction, I believe this is about 20% of those that were identified, that could potentially be cut. And I left that Mr. Keaton to decide where those cuts would be best made.
I mean, we had a good discussion about items that, because I think some of the items that you had identified were, unless you know the several years history, we had to go back through and look at some of those. And we even went back after the fact and looked at some in more detail as well. So I think all the departments, because I'd ask all the departments, what would you recommend? What are these items can you do? And so all the departments had already agreed that they thought they could withstand those reductions based on what, knowing that if it runs over, we'll have to come up with the money somewhere else. I'll give an example. One of the last ones was the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. I think it was about $6,000 recommendation there. And Georgette came back and said, yeah, I can accept that. So those were items that, I just remember that. I just remember that one because that was one of the last ones we got feedback on.
So the glaring difference between the base budget and option one is that the difference in the departmental cuts and the Commonwealth's attorney position, correct?
Correct, right. And the only difference, if you look at, you mentioned 2 cents on option one, option two is pretty much the same thing. It just had the 4 cent increase in M&T and versus 0 cent in option one. So if you did the option two, which is 4 cent, then you wouldn't have to go as deep as possible on the departmental cuts, but it keeps everything else, and we could fund that Commonwealth attorney position.
So if I could just beat a dead horse one more time and just mention the fact that the reason the M&T, I've always, diversifying your tax base is so important, and one would argue that at a time like this, looking at M&T would be appropriate, and that's why you diversify your tax base. To me, I also look at the fact that the real estate tax estimate, real estate tax rate applies to the very people that we'd be taxing again on an increase in their tool tax. And we need to diversify our tax rate, our tax base. And so to try to look at after some of the businesses, so they'll either stay here or maybe come here. Again, I mentioned before, we don't have a crystal ball whether it's going to work or not, but that's why I'm kind of hesitant on hitting our businesses with both the real estate tax increase, along with an M&T increase. And I think two of the big ones would be hit dramatically on both. But
Yeah, I mean, on the report that we got this evening, there's only two that are on both lists, right? So this list that I'm looking at, rank orders, assessed real estate valuation, and assessed valuation on personal property. So International Paper and Smithfield Foods are the only two that make both lists.
No, Green Mountain's on both lists. Let's see. Cost Plus, they have a different real estate name. So Verret Real Estate is Cost Plus.
Oh, okay.
And ST Tissue is on the M&T list, but they're included in International Paper property because they rent their property from International Paper.
Gotcha. And I'm guessing that Publix would be added on the personal property list?
I don't think they would have machinery and tools with it, Gerald. Yeah.
Food Lion is there. Why is that? Is that a warehouse site, not a grocery store?
That is business equipment, not machinery and tools.
From a long time ago? It's like a leftover?
No, that's, the Food Line covers all their shelving, their refrigerators, units, cash registering, all of that business equipment.
So Publix wouldn't have the same thing?
The 3 food lines.
The 3 food lines versus 1. I mean, the only reason they made the top 10 is because they have 3 locations in the county.
Okay.
So the only, I think, one thing that Gerald and I thought about this today is, business personal property is at $450. It's just like the car. You get a reduced rate if it's classified as machinery and tools, because that machinery and tools is so expensive. But regular business personal property is at the $450 rate. If the property is considered machinery and tools, they get to be assessed at the $1.95 rate, or taxed at the $1.95 rate. Is that accurate to say?
But this report represents both of those.
It represents the top 10 taxpayers in personal property and real estate. Personal property can be machinery and tools, or it can just be regular business personal property.
With the discussion that you had about the difference in tax rates, the property or the M&T, does that apply to specifically the equipment that is associated with manufacturing, or does that, they either classify as one or the other?
I think Mr. Gwaltney probably would be the best one to answer that.
You could maybe repeat that.
With respect to the $450 vice the $1.95 and how that's taxed, if a company has equipment that's not associated with the manufacturing, does that get taxed at a different rate, or does a company in general, because they're a manufacturer, all of their equipment would be applicable to M&T?
If it's a manufacturer, everything goes at the $1.95 rate as machinery and tools. All of the computer equipment and things in their offices are completely exempted. Okay.
So I guess an example that would be like Smithfield right now, their business office would be still considered M&T?
For Smithfield Foods, the Gwaltney plant where production is, that goes at the $1.95 as a manufacturer rate. The corporate offices with all of the furniture and fixtures is completely exempted as far as personal property and machinery and tools. The only thing they would pay is on their real estate.
Okay, I understand.
But if you just have, if it's just a corporate office, let's say with no machine, with no manufacturing, then their personal property would be assessed at $450 rate.
Their corporate offices, equipment is completely exempted.
No, I'm saying if they didn't, let's say they weren't a manufacturer, they were just a corporate office.
Correct. If they're not a manufacturer, then yes, they would be $4.50.
Understand, thank you.
I think that's the biggest misnomer, is that machinery and tools is actually a way to give a tax break to manufacturers, not to tax them more. It's a way to reduce their taxes, because because the equipment a lot of times is so expensive, it's taxed at a lower rate.
Another variation of option one that I considered, and I'll discuss it, is finding an additional $54,000 in cuts, of half of which I would recommend that we ask the schools to do. So that would be a total of $156,000 in county cuts, and then cut the current budget we're proposing for the schools by another $27,000. And that would fund the county attorney's position as well.
So I think you bring up a very good point in reference to the schools. And if I may, because it has to do with law enforcement, can I speak, Sheriff, are you able to speak on an item for me, please, sir? I know you do your very best. So.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Sheriff. Kind of put you on the spot. So not knowing exactly what the Commonwealth's attorney's new position would do, I know that you're more connected and you're obviously at a different, see it from a different view. That position, does it have what positive effect does it have on our deputies and the way that they're able to do their jobs or execute, at the end of doing how does it affect their jobs? Does it help them? How does it support your department? Are you able to speak to that at all? Are you comfortable with speaking to that?
To be honest, I'm not comfortable with speaking
That's fair enough.
to that
That's why
position.
I would just assumed it was a positive towards your department.
I would say it could be a positive, but I have not had that conversation with the Commonwealth attorney.
That's fair.
About what that position will do and help our deputies. I can only assume that we'll help it with the investigations of our cases.
And that's what I was assuming too.
In relation to prosecution in the courts.
Right.
But as far as how that happens, we haven't had that conversation.
That's what I need to know. Thank you, Sheriff. I really appreciate it, sir. Found that interesting and not in a negative way, but I have questions, and maybe that's because it was the 11th hour that was kind of added, in fairness to their office. I'm just saying, because that's one of the defining differences between our base budget and option one, and that's why I don't know. I knew the sheriff would be straight up, and like you said, he's not real sure exactly how it would positively impact or otherwise impact his operations.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I don't know how much I need to support that position, even though I know individuals in that office that I think the world of, and she's not here, so.
I'm much like Joel, the Commonwealth attorney position, like I say, it came upon us at the very last minute. And just because someone else or some other organization have some position, don't mean that we need to have that same position here, just to try to equate to what somebody else has.
Did the Commonwealth's attorney, were they aware that you were proposing that in any of these options, Randy? In fairness to them?
Well, now, the position was requested early on, just like all the other positions were. I did not recommend any position, and I'd let everybody know that. Everybody knew that. So, now, just to be fair, that, this position was created 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago, Don, Stephanie? The part-time position was just recently created in the last 2 years. So the position is there, the part-time position. They're just requesting to make it full-time rather than part-time, so. But it was added a couple years ago. And I think the rationale there was to help in the investigation. Once the sheriff's department had done their portion, then it was to help with the attorneys in doing the prosecution in court. and Bobby's probably more familiar with how that
I
works.
think a lot of what that position does is listen to jail tapes, looks at body cam and dash cam videos, because in the process for getting these cases prepared, as a defense attorney, you make a discovery request, and in order to respond, they have to be able to review to see what is and what isn't appropriate. And I think they're using the investigator to do a lot of that work. They also use them just like the sheriff's department uses their investigators, that once charges are brought, if somebody wants to come in and talk,
So my concern is, to me, that they should be, as much as they can be, or appropriately so. I don't pretend to know anything about that, but to me, that would be somewhat in lockstep with our sheriff's department, being as they're our law enforcement arm in the county. And the fact that they aren't in lockstep makes me wonder if we should, I mean, we could do option one and not even touch M&T if we either ask for them to in the future to get together to verify. I think Mr. Jones is more qualified to tell us what I believe that he's probably spot on, but I think the conversation between those two agencies, if you will, would be appropriate before I would be really comfortable in just funding that position and miss out on option one, I guess is a way to put it.
Yep, I could go with option one.
Good too.
Mr. Jefferson,
Well, I can go with option one, but I would just, I mean, I didn't like the matter that we're gonna cut, department cuts, 129,000 from the department.
So, Mr. Jefferson, you and I talked a little bit about this, and I agree. At the same time, if we're short on departmental cuts, we would end up with a budget amendment because something has come up. And that, I mean, that's typically how we'd have to do business. And I think that would, if we had to do it, it was unfortunate if we did, it would just demonstrate to our constituents that we are really running a lean county. I mean, and we wouldn't be playing games because we take that stuff seriously. But if we cut the department budgets and they ended up with something that came up and we were short, you would just have to come before the board with a budget amendment, correct?
Yeah, I would just say, based on the history, since I've been here, I don't recall us ever coming back to the board saying, hey, we're short, we need more money for this. Usually departments, I mean, this time of year, we're moving around money within departments, or maybe, one department has excess, we move it over there. So we move a lot of money around within, and of course, we have contingency of $400,000 each year that we can move that as well, and I don't have to come back to the board for that. So, usually the only budget amendments you see are when we receive additional money for a specific project, like the tourism grant today, or, other things that we receive additional money. It's very unusual if we have to come back, to the board and request additional money from fund balance or something.
Okay, well, with that said, then, I mean, I'll go with option one.
I mean, when we sat down and went through that with Mr. Stefano, we all agreed on the items that we came up with, up to that amount, so.
And again, that amount was 185,000, and what you're proposing is 129. So
Yeah, option one only require, about 2/3 of that amount that we came up with.
and the 185 was 20% of the number that could
Yeah,
possibly
it was
be
a
out
reduced
there.
amount
It
from
was a
what we
fraction,
had originally
right.
came up with.
And to Mr. Keaton's credit here, he was able to come back with some of those and say, well, this is the reason it's higher this year for many of those cases. So I think that he's cut a fair amount here.
I'd make the motion that we move with option one in regards to the budget options presented this evening.
Let me go through, before you vote on that, if you wouldn't mind, let me just flip through a couple of these, refresh everyone's memory of what's already been presented, so we get past the capital budget right now. As we had a few changes we had made.
While Randy's looking at that, I had a couple other comments too with this, and I definitely leaned in on option one with perhaps some slight amendment that Renee was talking about. What I wanted to ask was, with our sales report coming in and being high at multiple months, it looks like we might be up 16% for the year. And I would like to know what that would equate to in terms of dollars, and that could that help impact our budget? Is it a small number? Is it a large number? What does that equate to?
Well,
And that's my first. Yes, sir.
Mr. Rosie, we have already adjusted the sales tax estimate by 5%, and then we upped our increase to by 231,000. So we've already added some more money to the estimate for the sales tax.
So that allows for that percentage of uptake on our.
That's our. In fact, I'm on that page right now just to kind of go back and refresh where we had looked at. So of course, originally we were talking about 150,000. We increased the water rates by another 15% to get to this point. So that's the 445,000. We had originally talked about business license. I think we took that one back out. We increased the inspection fees. That generated 70,000. For the sheriff's department, there's two new positions. We increased our lease financing amount by 136 to offset those two vehicles. We increased the sales tax estimate by 231,000. We cut the cost of two of our vacant positions in utilities. That was 131. We agreed to do the scanning project in FY25, and that number actually came down to 39,000. So they've got the prices. So instead of 92,000, that's only going to be 39,000. But that will be done in FY25. And then we eliminated the capital outlay in public utilities by $100,000. Now, then we had to add some things back. Of course, we came up with the price of, if we reduce the tax rate by a penny, that was going to cost $686,000. That's what we just talked about. We increased the amount of the tax relief by $500,000 because originally we had budgeted 2.6, and this will take it up to 3.1 million. And then, of course, you see the two deputies here. This was a rough number of 83,000. We actually came up with 83,125. And then again, the two vehicles that we're funding through lease financing. Then we went back and we corrected the business license revenue. We reduced that back by 27. The M&T estimate, originally we had taken 350 away, but we added 18 back, as I showed you a while ago in that scenario. And then this is where we'd identified the 185,000 in county budget reductions.
And I think in addition to that, part of the angst, if you will, that we're looking at is not only the 2026 M&T loss of 332,000 estimated, but is for the year 2027. And now I think those numbers will have changed a little bit, but with the elimination of the Kirk plant, that's a $875,000 reduction for 2027. Is that correct in terms of revenue?
That's correct.
That changed just a little bit, I think. But, knowing that, if for some reason we should have an opportunity that comes to us quickly and we can bring in more manufacturing, we might head off some of this. And what I would like to at least state, I would think it would be important for the citizens to know that. And of course, it's just, it's not pie in the sky, but I would like us to at least note this is what we've historically done. When we could reduce taxes, we reduced taxes. We took it down to a historic low, down to 71 cents. If we bring this back, we're still 7 cents less if we raise it up to, say, 78 cents, whatever. We're still 7 cents less than what we were. We were at 85 cents. That being said, if we find for some reason some opportunities that allow us to increase our revenue, one of my priorities would be is to take that money and put it in a reserve fund to help offset some of the increases, or even consider, and I think this is very important, consider a rebate back to the citizens. And I think we discussed this one night, and Bobby said, yes, we could do that. We would probably wouldn't be in a position to reduce the tax rate, but we could rebate back to our citizens money if we had some sort of excess, which I'm not expecting at this point in time. The other thing is because I'm sure they're listening, and I agree with Thomas. I look at some of the school funding and all that, and it's reasonable to say, hey, if you guys can review some of this and maybe even try to drop off a little bit of the cost this next year, that would also help. Because we have also talked about Georgia Pacific and the impact that that's going to have in our neighboring city, but also it will impact us ultimately too in different ways. And so we need to really press hard at trying to keep this as tight as we can. And we also need to press hard into places where we can possibly put appropriately built manufacturing, which helps offset in a significant way the taxes to the citizens, whether it's around the airport and in that industrial area, or if it's on the other side of the road, and we are able to really help push the properties we have there on that industrial site and bring in, and I think a good opportunity, one that I will be challenged with. I know Thomas is, and Renee, well, we've all talked about it a little bit, but I was especially interested in what we might be able to do in regards to some of the support manufacturing-wise for some of the military, since there are huge opportunity there that's in hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's my 2 cents on this.
Okay. So then at the last meeting, we talked about some of the other additions, and we already talked about reducing the school budget by $93,000. This was money they had left over from the $1.2 million additional funds they received from the schools. After they funded the teacher step increases, the additional utility costs, and the additional costs for the health insurance, they had about $93,000 left over. So I'd recommend the last meeting to reduce their original budget of $3.15 million by $93,000. So I just wanted to make sure everybody remembers those items. And then these are items we've already talked about. And then this is what the schools had in their budget for the savings from FY25. They had the $3 million estimated. They had all these expenses they were going to need to pay for. Out of that $3 million, they were have a shortfall in state revenue in FY25. FY26, they're going to see more money. And then some other shortfalls. They have the $1,000 bonus they need to pay for, the utilities. So these were all items. So they potentially still have money left over that will be coming back to the county, and you'll have an opportunity then to decide how you want to use that money. And this just showed that $93,000 I just mentioned a while ago, that they had $1.2 million, take away the $432 for health, step increase and fund utilities, and they had $93,000 left over. So that's where I just want to make sure everybody remembered all those other changes we've already made. We tried to synthesize this down, just the most recent changes, but I just wanted that all those changes will be incorporated into the final budget.
Okay, well, Ms. Akery, you had a motion.
I did.
So do we have an amended option 1, and could we clarify that if that's still a part of our?
Option 1 is the one that I've made a motion to accept option 1 with no modifications.
With no modification.
Correct.
little hard to hear sometimes on this little cell phone, but thank you.
So just so everybody knows, so this would include the additional revenue estimates we've already talked about, the real estate tax, the personal property tax, the M&T tax, adding in the 38,000 for the clerk court position, 129,000 in departmental cuts, and no changes to the M&T tax.
Correct.
And it would be the 4.5 cent tax increase versus the 5 cent.
And it is in my opinion, it's what you consider a maintenance budget with some emphasis on public safety. I think the one other position that doesn't fall in public safety is if you didn't take that money, we'd lose state funding for that position, and that would be a waste of our state tax money.
You're talking about the clerk's position?
Yes.
And that is a significant increase in responsibilities they're having. I mean, this is statewide. It's not just us. It's statewide responsibilities that are being added.
May I ask, if you don't mind, there's a couple of things I'd just like to mention, if y'all could just indulge me for just a moment. First of all, we've talked about it before with this budget. We're already looking at the next budget. In fact, a lady spoke this evening. I thought she did a very good job speaking on the budget. And she even mentioned, you're already talking about potential increases next year. We know we're looking at additional funds that we're going to have to figure out where that money comes from. What I'd like to see, because my understanding, if grants don't come through for SROs, this board will have to figure out where we're going to fund SROs from. So right now, if that were in front of us, I don't know that I'd vote to do those SROs without having a presentation that explains what we are doing in regards to SSOs and SROs in our school system rather. I'd like to see how it works. I'd like to know what the advantages to having SSOs and SROs in our schools, how our program also compares to others in the region. And then I want to look at the total cost for security in our schools, because we're kind of splitting it a little bit. You'll see a little bit of it in the sheriff's budget, and then you'll see it over here in the school's budget. I think we owe it to our citizens, we owe it to this board to know what the total dollar amount is for that, because as we know, we're sitting here trying to figure out a budget to add a couple of positions, because we know there's going to be some concerns with patrol trying to also address issues with an upcoming hospital. I think that's the best way to capture that. So I would love, we need to, in my opinion, if the board would, we could ask staff to, sooner than later, that we get on that so that we can get that out front, figure out what that program's all about. We've seen some of these tragedies unfold, has nothing to do with Isle of Wight, but some of the other tragedies that have unfolded in some of our school systems, there's been a lack of communications. I've been told there's no issues with that. I'm certain there aren't, but it gives both the school system as well as our sheriff's department an opportunity to put our constituents at ease on what they're doing, but it also allows us to look at what the money and where the money's going and what we're getting for our money. Is that fair?
Okay, so the motion on the floor. Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
You'll also need a motion to adopt your CIP.
Move to adopt the CIP as presented.
Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
The last budget item.
If I could just make one comment about the CIP. So as I stated earlier, we will be coming back to you next month with a solution for how to fully fund the water tank. So that will be an amendment. I knew you just adopted, but we don't know exactly what the numbers need to be. So we'll be coming back to you with, to amend that next month. That was already in our 2025 capital budget. So you didn't see it in the 26 budget because it was already funded there. But we'll need to amend the current budget to reflect that.
So, but we won't have to have another public hearing or nothing on that?
It will not be 1%, correct?
Okay,
Anything over 1% requires a public hearing.
okay, all right, good.
On that note, Mr. Keaton, when do you expect to get notification if the grants for Park and Rec are accepted or denied this year?
Do we have any grants out for that right now?
I'm lost. We can try to follow up with you. I'm not quite sure specifically which grants you're
Well,
referring
you guys referenced applying for two separate projects.
Right.
they apply for grants all the time. So again, I'd need to get back with you in terms of what specific
And
grants.
we did apply for 2 grants for the missile in the past, and they were not funded.
I recall 2 or 3 weeks ago, you talked about 2 separate project grants that maybe had something to do with Bradley Park.
That's the one discussing.
I'd have to check with Mike.
Okay.
Again, they're always applying for grants, so I'm not sure what specific grant.
Are there any other grants that we know of that the schools are working on for different programs that may come to us later on in the year, or no?
Don't know. I mean, they probably have a number of grant sources they're looking at, but I'm not aware of any right now.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the last item under the budget would be, you would need to have a motion to approve the pay and compensation.
Approve the what?
The pay and compensation,
Okay.
And then
Made the
how about
motion.
Tax
that's
after that?
after that.
Okay.
Made the motion.
Okay. Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
Chairman, Mr. Jefferson, that will conclude the matter under old business for the budget items. Now you have the matter of the tax rate ordinance that was tabled to this point in the meeting.
Now we need a motion.
And the ordinance, as I understand it, would be for 77.5 cents for the real estate tax, and
$1.95 for M&T.
$1.95 for M&T, and all the other items from your previous ordinance remain the same, which is also M&T remains the same.
So moved.
Right. Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
And Mr. Jefferson?
Yes. That concludes. All right, we'll move on to new business. All right, we got, no car wash sign exemption requests. Who has that?
Sandy Robinson, I am going to report on the sign request exception. This property is known as tax map number 3401070F. The location is at 14237 Lorianne Way. The current zoning of the property is conditional general commercial. It's an election district D2, and the exception is to allow an already installed sign as shown on the sign design schematic. The applicant applied for this zone, for signed zoning and building permits on August the 20th, 2024. The planner reviewed the zoning and rejected the application on August the 23rd, noting the following deficiencies. The monument sign did not show a setback to Lorianne Way. The monument sign exceeded the maximum height requirement of 6 feet. The sign face background was not a neutral color and did not meet the construction material standards. And one wall sign is allowed per road frontage on the east and south sides of the building facing Lorianne Way, and signs facing Route 17 were not allowed, as that lot did not have road frontage along Route 17. No further communications were received from the applicant on the rejection. The zoning and building permits were then issued on August 26, 2024 in error despite the planner's rejection. Staff noticed that the signs were installed in March of 2025, and upon investigation it was discovered that the zoning permit was issued erroneously. The applicant stated he was not aware of this rejection and assumed that the permit was valid. The applicant was advised that the signs would need to be removed, or an exception would be necessary since staff could not administratively give authority for these signs that did not meet the ordinance. The sign contractor, Superior Signs, installed 3 wall signs and 1 monument sign. These signs do not meet all the requirements of Section 9-1006B and 9-1006C of the zoning ordinance. Exceptions for the installed signs are being requested as follows. 1 79.6 square foot channel letter wall sign and 1 19.6 square foot logo wall sign on the west side of the building, which totals 99.2 square feet, facing the property with the storm water pond adjacent to Route 17. Number 2, 1 monument sign that is 25 square feet and 8 feet in height, with a proposed setback of 7 feet from Lorianne Way. Number 3, the sign colors are mostly black and orange, aside from the business logo, which are not subtle, earth tones, or neutral as required by the ordinance. The sign itself does not match the colors, materials, and designs that were actually submitted to the county either. Number 4, the sign is constructed out of aluminum and acrylic instead of masonry, wood, or high-density urethane or composite panels made from natural and recycled materials, which are designed to simulate wood as required by the ordinance. This is a location map of the Go Car Wash location. The site is in front of that stormwater pond. That's the west side of the building facing Route 17. The south side is facing Channel Way. The east side, there are no signs proposed. No, there is a sign proposed on that side also. And the north side has no sign proposed on that side. These are the signs, the car wash logo on the building facade that faces Route 17. The Go Car Wash logo itself that faces on the south and east sides, and the Go Car Wash sign that was submitted to be constructed, the monument sign that's 8 foot in height. The criteria for granting an exception, Section 9-1012 outlines the following criteria for granting a site exception. Such exception shall create no greater impact to the residents or the occupants of the development, as well as the neighboring property that which would be obtained under applicable regulations. Such exception is reasonable because of high level of design and construction that will be incorporated in the development, and such exception will result in design and construction that is in accordance with accepted engineering and building standards. The analysis of the situation is that the strengths staff had discussed taking consideration that the channel letters on the logo on the west side that face Carrollton Boulevard do face the street, but the parcel does not front on Carrollton Boulevard. The weakness is that the monument sign exceeds the height requirement by 2 feet. The monument sign does not meet the minimum setback of 15 feet, for which a sign of 25 square foot would require. The freestanding sign does not meet the construction standards as required in the ordinance, and it does not match what was submitted to the county for approval anyway. The freestanding sign is not consistent with the design and character of the other businesses in the vicinity, nor with the character of the Development Service Overlay District. The Planning Commission at the April 22nd meeting voted unanimously to recommend approval of the exceptions with the condition that the monument sign base be changed to match the color of the building, which is a beige color, and the top be changed to the color of the roof of the building, which is a green color, 7-0. Based on the weaknesses listed above, staff recommends denial of the reception request for the freestanding sign and approval of the exception request for the wall sign on the west side of the building. The gentleman is here if you have any specific questions or more specific information.
This is not a public hearing.
Right.
It's only if there's questions.
Okay. Only for question. Anybody got a question? No
Just
question.
to know, were you were present on this meeting?
I was.
Are you able to, would you mind speaking to it to some degree? I see the 7-0.
The thought process of the planning commission at the time was based on the approval going and being provided to the the car wash or the side developer may be installed, that created kind of a unique situation to present the approval. There was an error, I believe, in staff that we dove into, and I don't feel like we would repeat it because I believe staff looked into how that occurred. So to right that, the idea was to grant the approval, but still have it aesthetically meet as close to the building as possible, hence the color changes being similar to that of the building and not the colors they currently are.
That's what I was curious about, the uniqueness of how this transpired makes it such that somebody does something right next door and wants to do the exact same thing, they wouldn't be able, it doesn't help justify, because we did do an exception, because there were some unique characters to this
Correct.
whole
It
event.
sets no precedent for the next sign that comes down the street.
We spent quite a bit of time making sure that the precedent wouldn't be established for subsequent approvals based on this as well.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the exemption request for signs installed with the giving, I guess you say criteria or recommendations from the, yeah, there you go. Couldn't think about it, it's getting late. Exceptions.
With the recommendations that the planning commission made.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, thank you. All right. Any other concerns? Hearing none?
Can I just say one thing?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the board working through this. This is a very difficult budget for, I know, the board and for staff as well. And I hated the fact that it was, my last budget, we had such a large tax increase. I think, in talking with other people in the region, I think everyone has been struggling with some of the same issues. So, but I think we appreciate the assistance given Mr. Stefano sitting down with us. And we spent a long time going through that in great detail. So I feel like this budget's been well scrutinized, and I think the board came up with some good solutions tonight. So I just wanted to thank y'all for working through it with us and recognizing that this was a very unusual budget this year.
Right, and we appreciate all the hard work that you and the assistant county administrator and all the staff put in to bring this budget before us. And it's like I said, this is probably the worst budget, well, not the worst one, but the second worst since I've been on the board. So we thank y'all for bringing something to us that we could actually say we can work with, and we're looking forward to working with Mr. Robinson next year, and hopefully we won't have all this headache.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and with this in mind, like you said, I have to echo that what staff has done is incredible. You know, a lot of this is out of our hands. State funding, you got a lot of unfunded mandates. I talked about it earlier with some of the regional or even some of the regional organizations and commissions, to where the state was, for example, 2001, the HRPDC was funded by the state at a total of $686,000 plus, and now they only give us $190,000. They continuously do this to us, like the SOQ positions. They give us SOQ positions, but it's not even enough to properly educate, and take care of our children, in our opinion. And they definitely don't give us enough money to make it a competitive wage in the area. I mentioned the other day, you got teachers with master's degrees only making $51,000, and then we give them a 1%. They're begging for a 1%, which is like $500 a year. We know that that's not fair to them, but we have to. We've scrutinized because we're trying to look after all of our constituents. The transportation, I mean, that's no different there. I mean, we're trying to leverage money against and try to get grant money, our own state money, into our county to help improve our transportation. But we're competing against the Virginia Beaches and the Norfolks that have a lot deeper pockets than we do. And then, of course, they tie our hands with taxes. Not that we want to raise taxes everywhere, but some of the taxes that would actually impact people that are visiting us or using our roads and stuff that aren't living here, we're not able to even touch that as a revenue source. So, like Mrs. Roundtree worked hard on looking at all different avenues. For example, the M&T. As much as you didn't want to touch that, you knew that we had to really roll up our sleeves and do some stuff. So, but our hands are tied as a state. And lastly, our citizens deserve great customer service, and we've got really good staff. We work hard to try to retain and obtain or recruit staff, but it's very difficult when you are competing to other localities. That 3%, I would say, not to belittle 3%, but a lot of places gave substantially more than 3% increase to their employees. And we did not give them less because we thought less of them. We just were trying to make a budget work. Wouldn't you agree, Randy?
Well, I think there were a few outliers that did more than 3. The vast majority mostly matched the state, but then some did pay studies and things that, of course, we did that a couple of years ago. So there was a variety, but it was really interesting. A lot of the region kind of gravitated towards the same numbers this year, but there were some larger increases because of extenuating circumstances there.
And then, of course, it was mentioned tonight, our water rates. I mean, we already subsidize our water rates to where people can afford to even drink the water. We've talked about that. So all this is included in this budget, which is not something we have control over, but we have to make work. And Mr. Stefano, you've been a wonderful addition. I do miss my brother Will. I know you do too, but you've been a wonderful addition, and I really appreciate, at least as a citizen of this county, your hard work, as with everybody, but you coming in the 11th hour, rolling up your sleeves, getting connected, the hard work, it means a lot to me and my family, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I again want to join in, and it's not just tapping everybody on the back and patting them on the back and good old boy stuff, but I know how much everybody's worked on this. I know how much the staff has worked on it. I know how, in so many conversations with board members, the different areas that everybody's worked so diligently on this. Probably more work has gone on to this budget than I've seen in a long time, and I really appreciate it, and I thank you. At the end of the day, we're trying to do the best we can to represent the citizens. I'm not pleased in one sense that we have to raise taxes. I don't like that, what that impact has on our senior citizens. And I do believe what I said earlier, that if there's any way we can come around, if something turns around on us, we can give a rebate back to the citizens. I'm going to be one of the first ones to saying, yes, let's go, let's do it. We did a lot of different novel and unique things when we had the COVID situation, where we were able to give, when government money came back to us, and so many different local governments were keeping the money for their local government. We gave rebates back to businesses so they could stay open. We gave reduced rates on property tax with citizens. We've tried to respond to the citizens in the same way we want someone to respond to us, and I think I have to tip my hat because I know how hard everyone has worked for this budget. Thank you.
I think what we're missing out on right now, when we congratulating everybody, we need to congratulate the citizens of this county, because the citizens didn't come up here and really talk against this budget, from what I saw. So they understand if we want to live in a good county, then we have to be able to take care of a good county. We want to have a good school system, then we have to be able to pay our teachers. And next year, it's not going to get no better for the teachers, because when you look at the news in the morning, they're having work session, not work session, but town. What they having?
Town hall meetings?
Not town hall meeting, but they're advertising for teachers to come to other localities.
Oh.
So they competing. I talked to a couple of teachers yesterday, and they were offered $10,000 bonus plus a $9,000 increase in salary. So, I mean, we got work to do in order to keep well-qualified teachers in Isle of Wight County, because we're going to have to pay them the same as we have to pay our administrators and all our workers here in our county. We have to pay these people in order to keep them, to be able to provide the services needed to make and keep Isle of Wight County the #1 county in the state of Virginia. Anyone else? With that said, can we get a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
All right.